Let's pray. God, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of this honorable house, so that they will wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Please join me in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. This Parliament now convenes.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new member. Item 4, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to everyone. I beg to move that the minutes of the proceeding of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 25th day of June, 2024, at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
Honourable members, the question is that the confirmation of the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, 25th June, 2024 at 9 a.m. be taken as read. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of a proceeding of the sitting of the House of Representatives held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 25th day of June, 2024, at 9 a.m.
Be confirmed. I didn't hear this. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Honourable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, at 9 a.m. be confirmed. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. The minutes are confirmed.
Item 5, messages from the Governor General. Item 6, announcements by Mr. Speaker.
Members, since we last met, myself and Senator Quince Britton of the Upper House attended a parliamentary seminar in China on the country's celebration of 40 years of membership of the International Parliamentary Union. I wish to announce that Grenada has been invited to the Pan-Americas Conference on digital economies legislation to be held in Miami on September 7th and 8th. 2 reps from Grenada would be funded to the conference, and I extend an invitation to any member of this House who is willing to attend. Please inform me. And I have in my possession information that says Honorable Eminent Pierre is out of state and will not be able to attend today's sitting. Those are my announcements.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay on the table supplementary estimate of expenditure for 2024 as approved by the Finance Committee at a meeting of the 20th day of August 2024. Secondly, I wish to lay the 2024 mid-year review report as approved by Cabinet pursuant to Section 25(3) of the Public Finance Management Act, PFMA number 17 of 2015, to be laid in Parliament together with the supplementary budget in accordance with Section 23. Thirdly, the opinion of Cabinet pursuant to Section 25(2) and 3 of the Public Finance Management Act. Fourthly, minutes of the proceedings of a meeting of the Standing Committee on Finance held in Parliament Chamber, Mount Welley, St. George's, on Tuesday, the 20th day of August, 2024, at 10 a.m. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the minutes of the Committee of Privileges held on Wednesday, the 24th day of July, 2024, at 10 a.m. at the conference room of the House of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, the aforementioned papers I will now lead.
Item 9, unopposed private business. Item 10, questions.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to ask the following questions standing in my name. And questions, I received answers to question 5 to 8, and no answers to question 1 to 4. I just want to point that out, Mr. Speaker. And I thought it would be good for me to just read these questions. Can the Minister for Finance provide a list of all service providers contracted or subcontracted or engaged for all activities of the independence celebrations, the service provided, the total value of the contract, and the amount of monies paid or to be paid for the services for the period 2023 to April 30th, 2024. This includes and is not limited to the island-wide decorations, stage, and event decorations. That's question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, will you be asking the questions one by one?
Yes.
And do you require an oral answer?
Well, if they have oral answers, it's fine.
Okay, because if it's oral answers, only 3 questions that would be allowed. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to this honorable House. I wish to acknowledge receipt of those questions that were asked by the Honorable Leader of His Majesty Opposition. Those questions referred to activities taking place under Spice Mass Corporation, the Greater Development Bank, and I think the Independence Organizing Committee. I have forwarded those questions to those entities because I do not have the information lodged in the Ministry of Finance, and I do hope to get those answers from those entities in due course, and I would be then be able to present written questions to the questions asked.
Proceed
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
to ask question number 2, stand under my name, which says as follows. How many members of the present government in Parliament receive loans from the Grenada Development Bank? The name of the members and the amounts from June 23rd, 2022.
All right. Before I call the Minister of Finance, I somehow got, so correct me if I'm wrong, Honorable Member, from your address just now, I got the sense that you have not received the information you requested to answer all 4 questions. Was that what you said? Or you were responding just to question 1? Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, I acknowledge receipt of those 3 questions and refer to matters related to the Spice Mass Corporation, the Grenada Development Bank, and the Organizing Committee for Independence. And those questions were forwarded to those entities because those answers to the questions do not reside directly within the Ministry of Finance. I am the line minister for those entities, for most of those entities, sorry. And therefore, once I receive those response from those entities, I'll be able to collect an answer in writing for the House.
Okay. Honorable Leader of His Majesty Opposition.
That comment was isolated to question 1 because the amount of ministers receive loan from GDB cannot be a very long, complicated response. But let me ask question 3. Can you advise if any financial support was provided to the committee responsible for the launch of Carnival in New York? If financial support was provided, what was the amount and to whom the funds were provided? I assume the answers are the same, so I'll ask number 4. Just read number 4.
Well, you just read number 4 because...
Yes, read them. Okay, all right, fine. How much funds were raised and provided to the Spice Mass Corporation for the Carnival launch in New York for the period 2023 and 2024? Okay?
All right. I get a sense from the Honorable Minister of Finance that he has not received the information from the 4 entities that he called. I suggest that those entities be written to and they be told that Parliament has requested that information. Right? Because I don't want us to come back here in the next sitting and the minister hasn't received the information from the various entities.
Mr. Speaker, so I'll ask 5, 6, and 7, and 8.
Proceed, please.
Before I sit.
Yeah, proceed, please.
And it was, the questions were asked to the Honorable Phillips Tellis. The following questions. How many people have applied for the low-income housing units? 1. How many persons were approved for the low-income housing units so far? How many persons were approved for the low-income houses have secured loans, and how many persons have received the low-income houses to date? These are the 4 questions. I said that the written answer was just provided, so.
Do I provide to you?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question. Item 11, Urgent questions under the provisions of Standing Order number 21, Notice of Questions. Item 12, statements by ministers.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I want to take this opportunity to say thanks, first and foremost, to, and this is not an exhaustive list at all, to the many people who have stood by the Ministry of Health, or stood with the Ministry of Health, and by extension the government of Grenada, and the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and those in the northern parish, or parishes, following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. I want to make mention of some specific people, Mr. Speaker, without creating any problems. But I'm speaking directly, Mr. Speaker, from the Ministry of Health point of view. We express profound gratitude, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. John Milton, the team leader with the Samaritan Purse, for their selfless sacrifice in assisting the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique immediately after the onslaught of Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, they provided the Ministry of Health and by extension, Carriacou and Petit Martinique in particular, a field hospital. Along with it came medical supplies, medicines, doctors, nurses, and other support personnel. They also provided, Mr. Speaker, a mobile desalination plants, which were set up for the purpose of desalinating seawater and converting into potable water for residents there. Of course, Mr. Speaker, alleviating what would have been an immediate problem. The group placed absolutely no burden on the Ministry of Health to provide any support for them. They came with all of their supplies. They were self-contained, and it costed the Ministry of Health and the government of Grenada absolutely nothing. We express our gratitude. And at the end of it, Mr. Speaker, they handed over the entire hospital with all of its accompanying medical supplies. And we express our profound gratitude to them. So, Speaker, I just want to quickly state that there was a lot of talk regarding a desalination plant, which was argued was given to the government of Grenada, and we did nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, I personally had a very close-up, or set of close-up conversations with Mr. Milton, who's the head of the brigade. And I can say with absolute certainty, Mr. Speaker, that is furthest from the truth. I can also say that I personally made a request for the plans, and he said to me that there was never an intention of leaving the plant with Grenada or in Grenada. And so I just want to make that abundantly clear. Without getting into trouble, Mr. Speaker, I wish to also say a profound thank you, big thank you to Dr. Lisa Inder of CARFA, who is the current acting executive director, and CARFA being the Caribbean Public Health Agency, for their kind donation of medical supplies and for traveling to Grenada and assessing the situation firsthand and providing support to the Ministry of Health. CAFA continues to be a very solid partner to the Ministry of Health. We also thank PAHO for their support, continuous support and contributions. We also want to say profound gratitude to the AFIA Foundation and GDAC for providing medical supplies to Carriacou and PT Martinique via the companion travel system, in which the travelers on JetBlue can grab a bag of medical supplies and take it to Grenada, and then we do the various distribution. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say thank you to Dr. Sexton, and his team, who visited the island and provided medical support and medical supplies. Pastor Happy for the use of his church as basically the headquarters for the Samaritan Purse, and also for Dr. Sexton and his team. Mr. Speaker, just permit me a few more minutes to make quick mention of Mpox and dengue, these two diseases. I start with the Mpox, Mr. Speaker. On the 14th of August 2024, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak of Mpox as a public health emergency of international concern. This is the highest level, Mr. Speaker, of global alert, recognizing the potential threat that this virus poses to countries around the world. This version of Mpox, known as Mpox Clade 1b, is more transmissible and can cause more severe illness than Clade 2, which we saw in 2022. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, that we take cognizance of what is outside there. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are no cases of Clade 1b Mpox in Grenada or in the Caribbean. None has been reported in the USA, UK, Canada, and Latin America at the time as per my last update or my last briefing. There is also a limited number of travelers coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the virus originates from, and therefore the risk is said to be reasonably low. I want the population to understand, Mr. Speaker, that Mpox is spread through personal contact, and it is not an airborne disease, so it can easily be spread from the transfer or contamination via body fluids. So the Grenada Ministry of Health shall immediately step up surveillance and begin border security at our sea and airports should the disease be discovered in North America and England. So just wanting us to know that we are on guard and ready to respond should that happen. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in respect of dengue, it is widely known that there is a sharp increase in the reported cases, and there might well be a lot of unreported cases of dengue, with people trying to solve the problem on their own. So dengue fever is with us, and the Ministry of Health have intensified public education and vector control measures to try to combat the current health challenge. Mr. Speaker, just want the population to understand that the breeding sites can be items such as drums, bottles, buckets, old fridges, tubes, old tires, cans, galvanized sheetings, metal sheetings, have all been identified as primary breeding spots, and we're asking residents to empty all stagnant waters around their property. Where help is needed, please call the Ministry of Health and our number is 440-2649. Please call and we will respond as much as we possibly can. The Ministry of Health strongly encourage the public to protect themselves from mosquito bites. Noticeably, Mr. Speaker, the virus is very prevalent, or the mosquitoes are very prevalent in St. George's and St. Andrews area. That is what is being said as per the report. But there has been a lot of calls from all quarters concerning dengue, so it's a very real threat. The public health experts from the Vector Control Department within the ministry are calling on the public to act now, remove all non-essential water holding containers and debris from in and around their homes. Meanwhile, the public is encouraged to heed the advice of the Ministry of Health and take the situation seriously and protect themselves from mosquito bites. Homeowners are encouraged to eliminate mosquito breeding sites in and around their properties. In the interest of public health, the Ministry of Health reminds anyone experiencing dengue fever like symptoms such as joint pains, fevers, headaches, and intense abdominal pains to seek medical attention promptly at the nearest health facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business, and I see the light of MP for St. George South. The floor is yours, Honorable.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to everyone. Mr. Speaker, immediately after Hurricane Beryl, the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation made a call for citizens to be involved in the cleanup process. And Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record my thank you to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The first cleanup was done in St. Patrick's, and Mr. Speaker, we saw a number of people coming out to assist. We had volunteers who brought the trucks, people who, Mr. Speaker, left what they were doing for the day and came out on the weekend. Even in Carriacou, Mr. Speaker, we have some organizations which made their presence felt. And Mr. Speaker, contractors and companies, everyone involved. And it was a nice sight, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to Carriacou and Petite Martinique on a weekend, we had over 500 persons volunteering to be involved in the cleanup campaign. And Mr. Speaker, that speaks volumes. Right? It shows that our people are caring. It shows that we are showing the community spirit, Mr. Speaker, and not just doing it for money, but doing it for the love of country. And I want to put on record my gratitude, Mr. Speaker, and my thank you for everyone who were involved in the cleanup process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MP for South St. George.
Item 13, personal explanations. Item 14, motions.
Mr. Speaker,
Just hold on, Honorable. Can you turn off the light, Honorable MP for Carriacou? There's a light next to you. Okay. Oh, using the two of them?
yes.
Oh, I didn't understand that. All right, so I'm no longer confused.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following motion standing in my name, and it reads as follows. Whereas it is necessary to provide for the service of the state of Grenada for the year 2024, an additional sum of $269,598,086 by way of supplemental appropriation. Be it resolved that the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024 for the period January 1st to December 31st, 2024 be approved.
Just hold on, honorable members. Honorable members, the motion is, whereas it was necessary to provide for the services of the state of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of a Supplementary Appropriation Act, be it resolved that Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024 for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024 be approved. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce the bill for its first reading.
Just hold on, honorable MP. Honorable member, can you approach the bench?
Yeah, just a question, before he begins. Just one eye. Huh?
Bench. Honorable member, just before you take your floor to present your debate, just to say that for today's sitting, you will speak, as the standing order says, for as long as you wish. right? The opposition leader would have the same time, according to the standing orders, same time like you. And because the standing orders are silent on a supplemental, right? We would have to decide the time for the other speakers. The Prime Minister, of course, can speak as long as the member will present. But unlike a budget debate where every member has an hour, it will be slightly different in supplemental debate. All right, so other members, the floor is now yours.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
Just one question. If we don't clarify the time now, then you, Honorable...
I said how much the
yes,
presenter...
for the member.
Yes.
But for the other members, like us, if we know now, then...
Okay, I get your point.
Thank you.
Yes, I get your point. Other members, I'm going to propose it, right, and ask you to vote on it, because the standing orders are basically silent on supplemental. No. So I propose that each speaker other than the Prime Minister and the presenter, right, speak for a duration of 30 minutes. Right? We can now discuss, debate, and vote on it. So I'm not ruling on my own. As a parliament, we decide how much time each member other than the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, and the opposition leader. I propose 30 minutes. Let me hear the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I thought this is rather clear. These matters are usually, it's just like the budget debate. It's 1 hour per member. So if members want to take less, it's up to them.
Honorable member, we can agree. Right? If we don't agree with my proposal, then we say, let's go back to the typical budget debate. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's just tabled for discussion.
So, Mr. Speaker, we propose 1 hour. So there are two proposals on the floor. We just take a vote.
All right, and I respect this.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, you have the opposition?
Mr. Speaker, your point is very appropriate, but the standing order is definitely silent. He talks about budget debate, he doesn't talk about any other motion. So you can't just say it's budget debate. It's not a budget debate. No, it doesn't. All
right, honorable members, let's argue that vote.
There's no need to argue.
Okay, so I'll put to the vote and we move on. I'll put to the vote and we move on. All those who suggest that we take a typical approach to a budget debate, allowing each of the other members, 1 hour time allocation to respond. Right? I won't take a show of hands, but I'm asking for all those who agree that we maintain the same approach to a typical budget. Say aye. The typical budget, say aye. Those, I move the motion that those who are in favor of the typical budgetary approach, where you allow each member an hour, other than the 3 significant members, I ask for the vote on it. Right? So if the vote goes in favor, then no need for me to call what I suggested. So I heard the ayes here. Those who say no, I heard the no. The ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. So we'll take the typical budgetary debate.
I require division.
A division of vote?
Yes, please. Could you know the rules?
Honorable,
That's my right to ask the speaker for division.
Yes, but
honorable member from the fire of the house.
Honorable member, honorable leader of the opposition.
Yes.
The approach is taken before the vote is taken.
All right.
Right? So we proceed. Honorable Minister of Finance.
That's my right, you know.
Yeah, I said the division should come before the vote was taken.
No, after you have said, Mr. Speaker, Look. Let's do what is
Hold,
right.
Honorable MP,
Good.
you know the rules, yeah?
Okay.
So you put on your lights and let me call you.
Let me just make a point. Mr. Speaker, it's historic. That's not new. When the motion is held, you heard a yeah and a no. You don't know whether they no. You heard some voices. Any member can get up and say, I want a division. That's normal. The person shouldn't go through the motion and then have division. That does not make sense, Mr. Speaker. I really don't want to make this an issue, but I find it creating unnecessary problems. We must have divisions if one speaks.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we give way to the father of the House. I think when Daddy speaks, I think we need to comply.
Okay, so you agree that we take the vote by division? All right, no problem. Mr. Clerk?
Honorable Deacon Mitchell, how do you vote?
Vote aye.
Honorable Philip Telesford, how do you? Honorable Lennox Andrews. Honorable Tevin Andrews. Honorable Dennis Cornwall. Honorable Kieran James. Honorable Ron Redhead. Honorable Delmore Thomas.
Aye.
Honorable Andy Williams. Honorable Kate Lewis. Honorable Clarice Meadows Corbin. Honorable Kit Mitchell.
All right, I wish to announce, honorable members, the division of votes went 9 aye and 3 no. Honorable Minister of Finance, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, I actually begged to move the motion on the supplemental budget for 2024. And so I now move to sort of explain or detail the contents of the supplementary appropriation bill for 2024. The total supplementary bill for 2024 can be broken down as follows. Capital grant, $5,368,472. Capital local expenditure, $233,218,318. Capital loans, 0. Recurrent expenditure, $11,296, for a grand total of $269,598,086. Mr. Speaker, I would like to basically go into some details on how these sums were actually applied by ministries. I'll begin with the Office of the Prime Minister. There's a provision of $2.5 million there. Police, we have $530,000 provided there. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, we have a recurrent provision there for $750,000. Ministry of National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management, we have a capital expenditure of $3,830,921. Ministry of Finance, we have a recurrent expenditure of $18,600,000 and a capital expenditure of $25 million, up to totaling $43,600,000. Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, and Creative Economy, we have a recurrent expenditure of $2,640,000 and a capital expenditure for $20,747,000, totaling $22,387,000. Climate resilience and environmental and renewable energy, we have a recurrent provision for $591,245 and a capital expenditure for $13,054,772. Ministry of Mobilization, we do have a capital expenditure provision for $24,500,000. Ministry of Infrastructure, we have a capital expenditure provision for $87 million. Ministry of Social, Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, we have a capital provision for $18.5 million. Ministry of Clerical and Diplomatic Affairs and Local Government, we have a recurrent expenditure for $426,088 and a capital expenditure of $18,094,097. Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, we do have recurrent provision for $4,973,963 and a capital expenditure for $5 million. Ministry of Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs, we do have a provision on the capital for $5 million. And Ministry of Agriculture, we do have a capital provision for $17,816,000. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move right now into the context and background of the supplemental budget. This supplemental budget is largely driven by the unfortunate passage of Hurricane Beryl, which caused significant damage to the state of Grenada, in particular northern parts of Grenada, the Cecil of Clerical, and Petit Martinique. These expenditures or these provisions are intended to facilitate spending on the resources received, including the CRIF Insurance Fund, a supplementary estimate approved by Parliament is required where allocations cannot be found within the existing appropriation. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the government is unable to spend the monies received from CRIF without a supplementary estimate. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary is critically important, particularly in the context of Hurricane Beryl response. While the budget has some built-in flexibility, including the contingency provision and the options to shift allocations from lower priority spending to support the response to Hurricane Beryl, this is extremely limited in the absence of a Supplementary Appropriation Act. The government has moved expeditiously to get the supplementary appropriation to this stage, which includes assessment of needs, approval by the Finance Committee, and the enactment of bill in Parliament, which includes the debate in the lower and upper houses of Parliament. The Senate is expected to debate the bill later this week. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the details explanation under each vote. And I begin with vote 10, the Prime Minister's Ministry. A sum of $2.5 million was provided there to cover the costs of hosting the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in Grenada. Vote 12, an amount of $530,000 is required for the purchase of law enforcement equipment, namely an automated fingerprint identification system, cell phone unlocking equipment to do automatic matching. Sorry, let me repeat that again. A sum of $530,000 is required for the purchase of law enforcement equipment, namely an automatic fingerprinting identification system, cell phone unlocking device, and drones. Criminal investigations are prolonged due to lack of the necessary equipment to do automatic or automated matching of fingerprints. Additionally, the unlocking of phones for the investigation or investigative analysis is currently outsourced to Barbados. While the purchase of these items, this service could be performed here in Grenada, the new equipment would be used to replace Asian crime-fighting tools that are essential in law enforcement. Vote 16, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development. There are 3 items under this vote. The first item relates to the sum of $300,000 to provide support to the Grenada Bureau of Standards to help deliver improved laboratory service to the general public. Item 2 relates to the sum of $200,000, which is needed to facilitate the relocation of the London diplomatic mission to address operational safety and health issues presently being faced at the current location. And the third item, finally, a sum of $250,000 is needed to support the establishment of the Grenada High Commission in Canada. This is a high strategic priority for Grenada, which has been articulated previously on other occasions. Vote 18, Ministry of National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management. a sum of $3,830,921 for the purchase of vehicles and other transport-related supplies and material to support Hurricane Beryl relief operations. These are broken down as follows: $250,000 to service and administrative and miscellaneous expenses conducted during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. The second one, $500,000 to provide fuel required for tankers at the Emergency Operating Center in Carriacou, yachts, and the picking up of volunteers and vehicles attached to NADMER conducting service of relief for with connection to Hurricane Beryl. $400,000 catering service for staff and volunteers during and after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Another $100,000 for accommodation and volunteers for the regional and locally conducted relief efforts for Carriacou due to the passage of Hurricane Beryl. A provision of $2,580,921 for the purchasing of vehicles to assist the relief efforts and security due to the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And I must add there that a total of 16 vehicles were purchased. They include pickups and trucks. These were needed to basically help clean up in the initial stage of the hurricane and to also provide transportation for security purposes on the island. We're on to Ministry of Finance. There are two items under this vote. A sum of $25 million to support business reactivation. This facility will be established at the Grenada Development Bank to provide grants and loans to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises that suffered damage during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. The items and the terms and conditions of this facility are as follows. A, purpose and target beneficiaries, medium, small, and micro enterprises, including the hotels, agriculture, and fishing sectors, can access this facility to support rebuilding and working capital needs. Type of facilities. The financing will be disbursed as part loan and part grant. Related to the grant, debt service payments on business loans for the period July to December 2024 will be allowed. It will be considered as technical support to the businesses. Item B, purpose of the loan. The loan will be used for construction, capital goods purchase, and working capital. The interest rate on this facility will be 1%. Collaterals for these loans. Loans to be secured as far as possible by property, secondary mortgage, legal mortgage, cash and cash equivalents, liens, equipment, etc. Terms and grace period. A maximum of 10 years, inclusive of 1 year grace period will be allowed, and the facility will begin from September 1st, 2024. The Grenada Development Bank will provide additional details in due course. The second item on the Ministry of Finance is to restore the contingency appropriation pursuant to Section 22(2) of the PFMA, number 17 of 2015. Accordingly, the law requires that 2% of the domestic revenue is allocated to allow for immediate response in the aftermath of a natural disaster. In 2024, this allocation of $18.6 million, which will be allocated to various ministries and departments to allow them to address the immediate response in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, including to cover the cost of relocation of vulnerable citizens to Grenada, visits to the affected areas, initial damage assessment, transportation, and other related costs. The $18.6 million was distributed as follows: Ministry of Infrastructure, $3 million; Ministry of National Security, $3 million; Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation, $3 million; Ministry of Social Development and Housing, $2 million; Ministry of Health, $1 million; Ministry of Finance, $1 million; Ministry of Carriacou and Pediatric Affairs, $2.6 million; Ministry of Economic Development, $1 million; and Ministry of Agriculture, $2 million. The law requires that the allocation be restored in the next sitting of Parliament in the event of another disaster. Vote 26. Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, and Creative Economy. There are 5 items under this vote. A sum of $15 million is required to finance Lot 2 and 3 for farm access roads at Mount Royal, Barrier Bridge, Sham Road, Rokin Road, Springs Garden Road, Dumfries Road, Mount Dale Road. The cost of construction exceeded the amount provided through the funding agency, thereby requiring additional local counterpart funding. A sum of $375,000 is needed to fabricate 15 hydroponic units systems for schools within every constituency. This will serve as a model for climate resilience. An amount of $2.5 million is required to provide a one-off subvention to the Grenada Tourism Authority to facilitate content acquisition for product development, destination promotion, and YouTube channel development. An amount of $140,000 is needed to provide a one-off subvention to the Grenada Tourism Authority to assist in the management and infrastructure support for the underwater sculpture park to ensure the operation of the park is done safely. The use of the sculpture park has increased significantly during the installation of 29 new sculptures, 2 replacement, an 8-seat wedding chapel, and an Instagrammable Grenada sign for a total cost of $1.2 million. It is imperative that the park continues to evolve and remains competitive and retain its unique selling proposition as other countries in the region have also taken on similar projects to advance their tourism product. The safety of all uses is of paramount importance as GTA implements additional safety measures to safeguard the park and the sculptures from marine activity by an additional 10 color-coded moorings, which will delineate water sport operations from yacht charters. Also, the aim is to resume the collection of entrance fee to the park at a proposed US $10 per person, which will result in additional revenue for the state and can contribute to further maintenance. The park receives an estimated 1,000 visitors per week. A sum of $1,370,000 is required to support remedial repairs to tourism sites and attractions across the island, primarily ecotourism and nautical-based public sites that were severely damaged or destroyed by Hurricane Beryl. Also, the allocation is needed to undertake repairs to the Grenada Tourism Authority office in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, there was significant damage to computer equipment and accessories in government offices in Carriacou and Petit Martinique and in some parts of Grenada during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. The Ministry of ICT is responsible for the procurement of all IT equipment and accessories across central government. An amount of $2 million is required to replace the damaged equipment and other IT accessories to restore full operations in those areas. Mr. Speaker, under the Climate Smart Agriculture and Enterprise Project SIAP, beneficiaries were afforded grants to support enterprise development. These projects suffered damage during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Government is exploring support for these beneficiaries to help them get back on their feet. An amount of $2 million is allocated for this activity. Vote 28, Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy. Mr. Speaker, there are 11 items under this vote, largely grant-funded items. These grants are from various sources, including the Caribbean Development Bank, Global Environment Facility, and the European Union, to support projects such as the Grenada Geothermal Energy Development Project, the Sargassum Conference, and others. The ministers will deliberate further on these grant-funded projects during the debate. An amount of $5.4 million is needed to provide support for the implementation of the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority Waste Management Plan for Carriacou and Petit Martinique post-Hurricane Beryl. This will cover the cost of heavy equipment, labor, and transportation to facilitate debris removal from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. A sum of $1.6 million is required to facilitate marine cleanup for Carriacou and Petit Martinique after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Additionally, an amount of $591,245 was allocated to further support the ongoing Sargassum cleanup. I now move on to vote 29, Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. There are 3 items under this vote. An amount of $8 million is needed for rehabilitation and construction of small roads within the 6 parishes throughout Grenada. This represents approximately 20 small roads. Again, the Minister of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation will basically give you more details at the time of his presentation. This one is also to facilitate the completion of 26 houses and the construction of 50 new ones in the parish of St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of MIT was given responsibility to assist with cleanup activities in the affected areas in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. A sum of $1.5 million is needed to cover the cost of transportation of volunteers, meals and equipment, and supplies. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $15 million is needed to support the reconstruction of approximately 200 houses on mainland Grenada that were affected by Hurricane Beryl. We are looking at $50,000 per home, which includes labor, material, and equipment if deemed necessary. Moving on to vote 30, Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civilization, and Transportation. There are 8 items on this vote. First one, Molina Landfill Project. An original amount of $9 million was budgeted for this project in 2024. An additional sum of $12 million is needed to cover cost overrun and design modification to ensure the safe completion of this project and reopening of the Molina Road in not too distant future. Again, that project was started with original design. That design was actually done over because it could not do what we wanted to do there because of challenges on the site, and therefore an additional $12 million is required there. Asphalt work program. An original amount of $14 million was budgeted for the program in 2024. An additional $15 million is needed to purchase of hot mix asphalt for the rehabilitation of various roads around the island. These funds will be used for the purchase of bitumen and other constituents for the production of coal mix asphalt. Concrete work programs. An original amount of $7 million was budgeted for the program in 2024. An additional amount of $7 million is required to continue construction works to Marquis Bridge, Morris Bishop, Highway, pedestrian bridges, various concrete roads, culverts, and retaining walls around the island, including the H.A. Blaze street wall. Government buildings and renovations. An original amount of $9 million was budgeted for this program in 2024. An additional $6 million is needed to renovation of works to Grenville Police Station, Central Police Station, Wharf Police Station, Police Headquarters, Supreme Court Registry, Ministry of Education Building, Ministry of Agricultural Building, Grenville, Maribor, Abattoir. Emergency road clearance. An original amount of $250,000 was budgeted for this program in 2024. An additional sum of $2 million is needed for emergency road clearance and will be used to cover the costs, including in the aftermath of the heavy rains, to clear culverts, drains, fallen trees, and landslides. The Cliff Rehabilitation Project. An original amount of $3 million was budgeted for the project in 2024. An additional $5 million is required to accommodate a revised design and project scope to include the widening of the road or the carriageway. A sum of $10 million is needed to facilitate the cleanup of Carrico and P.T. Martinique in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. This will cover the cost of 9 crews and equipment to facilitate the cleanup of Carrico and P.T. Martinique over a 3-month period. And finally, a sum of $30 million is needed for the rebuilding of damaged infrastructure, roads, bridge, health facilities, schools, and other government buildings in Carrico. Now moving on to the Ministry of Social, Community Development and Housing and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $2 million is needed to support the relocation and upkeep of vulnerable citizens, the elderly, high-risk persons from Carrico to Grenada in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. An amount of $12.5 million will represent 11% of the CRIF payout is allocated to support the Beryl Relief Support Program for citizens who have become vulnerable as a direct result of passage of Hurricane Beryl. This will support a temporary horizontal expansion of the SEEDS program. The Grenada Home Improvement Program. An original amount of $14 million was budgeted for the program in 2024, of which 4 million was reallocated to the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation to support home renovations. The sum of 4 million is required to restore the original budgetary allocation for the continuation of home improvement programs. I now move on to the Ministry of Carriacou and Diplomatic Affairs and Local Government Public Assistance Program. An amount of $2,119,200 were provided in 2024 for this program. An additional sum of $426,080 is required to cover the full cost.
Honourable Member, just hold. I want to have total silence in the chamber. We have only one presenter. Quite honourable member.
Okay, going back to public assistance program, an amount of $2,119,200 is provided in 2024 for this program. An additional sum of $426,080 is required to cover full costs of the public assistance program in Carriacou. Government of Grenada Road Rehabilitation Project, an amount of $3 million was provided for this program in 2024. An additional sum of $3,094,097 is needed to cover costs associated with the Government of Grenada Road Rehabilitation Project on Carriacou and Petit Martinique. A sum of $15 million is needed to support the rebuilding of the economy of Carriacou and Petit Martinique following the decimation of the economy and the societal caused by Hurricane Beryl. Moving on to Vote 40, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports and Culture. There are 5 items under this vote. The sum of $900,000 is located to the awards and homecoming celebration for the Grenadian Olympians to Paris in 2024. These represent a grant provided by the National Lottery Authority. Mr. Speaker, a sum of $1.7 million is needed to replenish funds for the TMRE Show Community College to honor financial obligation made by the government in the fiscal year. A sum of $300,000 is required to increase the annual subvention for the New Life organization. Cabinet approved an increase in the monthly subvention granted to NURO from $75,000 to $100,000 commencing in the fiscal year 2024. This increase is necessary to support the organization expanded program and operational costs, ensuring that they can continue to provide vocational training and support services. An amount of $1.5 million is required to provide financial support to the Grenada Conference Seventh-day Adventists for the construction of the St. George's SDA Primary School at Archibald Avenue, St. George. This fund will significantly contribute to the overall project costs of $4.2 million, ensuring development of state-of-the-art education facility. This modern, innovative, well-equipped school will provide enhanced learning environment incorporating advanced educational technologies and infrastructural improvements. The new facility aims to support the academic and social development of students, meeting contemporary educational standards and preparing for future challenges. A sum of $570,963 was provided to the Grenada Olympic Committee and Grenadian athletes for the 2024 Summer Olympics held in Paris. To assist the athletes seeking qualification to participate and to assist the athletes who are already qualified to participate. The sum of $5 million is needed to support the provision of uniforms, meals, furniture, and general school supplies to children for the reopening of schools on the south side of Carriacou and Petit Martinique and in St. Patrick, following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Ministry of Health. In the wake of Hurricane Beryl, the urgency to replace essential medical and office equipment must be recognized as a critical step in restoring healthcare services to the pre-hurricane levels. Overall, 5 facilities sustained damage. Of these, 4 lost approximately 70% of their roof sheeting, coupled with broken windows and doors, while the facility in Petit Martinique lost its roof. Water ingress results in further damage and loss, particularly to that of medical and office equipment and other fixtures and furnishings. For example, X-ray, Instat, autoclaves, mattress, incubators, examination beds, etc. These are essential tools within the healthcare, and the timely placement is part of the ministry's broader effort to ensure health services in Carriacou, Martinique can be continued to deliver the minimal disruption. And finally, a sum of $5 million is needed for this particular purpose. Moving on to vote 64, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Fisheries, Cooperatives, etc. There are two items under this vote. Mr. Speaker, Grenada received a payoff of US $1.1 million from the CRIF SPC to support fish folks affected by the Pacific Hurricane Beryl. In consultation with the fisher folks, it was agreed that the support will be provided to transport vessels to dry dock so that comprehensive repair can be undertaken. Additionally, funds will be used to repair damaged boat engines and to provide income support to fisher folks affected by Hurricane Beryl. An amount of $2.86 million, which is the $1.1 million, was allocated for this particular purpose. The sum of $15 million is allocated for Agriculture Emergency Response Plan, which includes farm labor support, income support to farmers, farm input support to facilitate the near-term recovery of the sector. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commit this bill for debate and passage and thank the members for the anticipated support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance. Honorable Member for Andrew Southwest.
Thank you.
Yeah, you gotta go first.
Say, yeah. No. I thought he was standing to make a statement. I wanted to hear him. His light was on. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you are concerned about the state of governance of this country, I think one will become even more concerned after this motion for approval of the appropriation coming from the Finance Committee meeting. The fact that so many allocations for items were in different portions, not clearly demarcated appropriately, worries me and must worry anyone looking at how the Finance Committee meetings and supplementers have been done historically. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that most or almost all of the items are related to the issue of Beryl's disaster in this country. Clearly, a number of the items that we have in the appropriation could not be said to be related to the advent of Beryl, but be that as it may, the fact is, in going through all the items, I find a lack of vision and foresight in how it has been presented, or, as I said, demarcated. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that burial activity in this country was clearly mainly in two areas of the country, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and to some extent, and we're talking about infrastructural development in general, buildings and homes and so on. And of course, the impact of burial on the farming community throughout the country. I think it's fair to say that the farmers and the fishermen community in our country have been hit extremely hard. And that could be said, maybe some areas worse than others, but certainly it can be said that they were, the farmers, generally speaking, in the country suffered enormously. Mr. Speaker, you compare this with 2004, Ivan's destruction of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, where, Mr. Speaker, over the entire country literally was devastated in every sense. I happened to be in the Prime Minister of the country at this time. At that time, Speaker, it was difficult to even contemplate how you will start to do anything to bring back some semblance of order in the country. Because, Mr. Speaker, there were no communication in our country. For many persons who I'm hearing speaking about that period, some of them may have read it from books. I heard somebody telling them something about what happened. When I listen to some of the statements being made by people, some were hardly born during a particular period. But when to speak to some of us who were actually there for events years ago, and thank God would give us the lifetime to see so. The country was flattened, no electricity, no telephone, water services were interrupted, and of course our roads were affected by fallen trees and debris all over the place. And Mr. Speaker, I remember the SSU and other personnel had to be clearing roads throughout Northwest to get me out of my home area at Happy Hill to get to the Prime Minister's office. And when I got there, Mr. Speaker, it was like a battlefield. There were glasses all over the place. I'm stating this to give an idea of the difference between what occurred under burial as opposed to what occurred in 2005 and what transpired after the initiatives that were taken, if one understands the point I'm trying to make. It's not to go back to repeat history. But because of the foresight and vision of the government then, we recognized, Mr. Speaker, that we needed to bring people together. There's no way we as government, the few of us in government, could solve this massive problem before us. So we invited, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition at the time, the churches, the non-governmental community, and the business community to join with government to discuss how we will proceed, because we recognized we couldn't do it by ourselves. And the response was quite revealing, Mr. Speaker. Everybody accepted that responsibility. And we discussed ways in which, freely so, offering constructive suggestions on how we can go forward, given the extent of the damage to our country. Mr. Speaker, what is also significant that we agreed on a number of things, that to provide concessions to all organizations, to use whatever influence you have to get support and relief and services to the country, and all taxes will, of course, be forgiven. So even the National Democratic Congress took that up and used their connections and brought in services, whether it's for their own supporters, for people in general, that was allowed, and concessions were given. And must be recalled, Mr. Speaker, the port literally was destroyed. You know, you have to really give the seamen waterway workers a lot of credit for literally have to abandon their family at a time and come down to St. George's, from wherever they came from, to help with relief coming into the country when the port itself was destroyed. But that was a kind of patriotic support that you saw. It was not based on whose party you support or who you like and who you do not like, Mr. Speaker. And the only thing about it, Mr. Speaker, we did not have any fund savings. We did not have any money. So duties coming to the country, forget that. And we already did not have any serious funds. Compare that to what is happening now, when the government then, with the foresight, recognizing the mistakes of the past, investigated and used our friends regionally and internationally and friendly governments. And we found out that the issue of a cliff was possible. It being said that the president past government didn't have anything to do with it. I want to know how it happened. The stories will be told more in detail for what is what, because our children and grandchildren must know this. So no resources. Because of the initiative of the government, this government, with a limited section of the country destroyed, received a grant of over $118 million in 14 days because of the actions and initiative of the previous government. And this is our responsibility. We don't have to get any credit, because that is what government is supposed to do. That's what servants are supposed to do, not come to take credit and knock our chests for anything whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, there is destruction, as I pointed out before, made a major impact on Carriacou and Pidi Martinique, and the farming and fishing community, as I mentioned. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that action should have already been taken to see that some of these people receive support already, not in September, not 2 months, not 3 months, now. People are suffering. The pain is out there. And I just appeal to my brothers and sisters, the members on the other side, and all of us. We have to do what we can, because I've never seen more complaints in my lifetime about trying to reach and to get services and not finding the response necessary. Mr. Speaker, in 2004, 200% of GDP, 200% of GDP, for those of us who understand this, was impacted on, lost. Because our original international connection, we raised over $110 million, and through the relationship they had with the President of the United States, then George Bush, we got a significant grant support after he sent down Colin Powell to spend the entire day with the government in looking at the disaster and getting it firsthand. This first time the U.S. responded to any incident of disaster in the region as it did then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 2 months of volunteering now, and the government through its press secretariat less than a month ago, claiming that 95% of the areas requiring cleanup was cleaned. The government is now requesting $13.5 million for cleanup. That may or may not be the case, but these are just the words of the government I'm using. Allocations are evident under both MIT and the Ministry of Work. Sometimes you ask yourself, who is building roads, who is building infrastructure? MIT or Ministry of Works or whatever areas, I don't know. And that's not an indictment of on any individual's indictment on the system management at this particular time. I'm not here to get into personalities. Want to get into this, that's their problem. While it is unclear which ministry and associated line ministers responsible for this work, the point is that after almost 2 months of volunteerism and helicoptering back and forth, where are we with the cleanup? This is a question to be asked. Mr. Speaker, within weeks, Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, 2004, people mobilized and work started, and people started receiving significant support. Mr. Speaker, I understand $25 million will be allocated to GDB for many different support for business and other activities. And terms I've heard today for the first time, the terms and conditions to be given. Mr. Speaker, that is not to cast aspersion on anyone, but to say that since the present board of GDB is still the one in place, the present board of GDB is still the one in place, and since ministers of government received massive loan from GDB at the initial period of this government time, not even a few months after government came into office, I cannot have confidence that the present GDB would see to it to implement a program that the people affected will receive service and support, as opposed to elements in the government. I cannot vouch for them, Mr. Speaker, that we will not see additional ministers benefiting from this program. I have a right to speak. It's the record I'm speaking on. And I'm not saying that it will be done. I'm saying that I do not have confidence. Because I asked a question in Parliament, a simple question, Mr. Speaker, about how many ministers receive loans from GDB. How many members receive loans from GDB? I am not here to get into little child play, guys. And I am told that they have not received months. They have not received the reply some basic fundamental question. You cannot tell me 3 members, 4 members, 5 members, 2, 1, 0. And I must not say anything, because this government, minute you talk, you become an enemy. Well, I would always be an enemy of nonsense. I would always be an enemy of nonsense. Some people, I get the impression, Mr. Speaker, if they don't want to be criticized, they should not be in politics. They should not be in politics if they don't want to hear anything negative. Because no human being is perfect. I got more than my fair share over the years. I took it left, right, and center, all kinds of accusations. I stood there. And I didn't hold anybody as enemy. I did not hold anybody as an enemy. Speaker, in fact, when I erred, I was the first person to admit it and correct it. So when I made a statement about doctors and nurses and the hospital, food and so on, and other persons, and it was not meant and others personally, and in effect, I misspoke. You should say some workers, and that would be correct. I apologize publicly. Mr. Speaker, I ask, therefore, a member for Carriacou Peter Martinique, we should apologize to the teachers of Carriacou Peter Martinique for the statement made about some of them have able to fix their homes and to do their things. They have resources. When people are under traumatic problems, Mr. Speaker, we as leaders must not speak to them like that. And if we err, then the big men apologize, like I did. The little men.
MP for Carriacou Peter Martinique, are you raising a point of order? Go ahead, MP.
I would like the leader of His Majesty's opposition leader to withdraw that statement, because I did not make any such statement about teachers.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker, I cannot withdraw what was reported publicly and no opposition. I said this is what was said and heard by people, and therefore I cannot withdraw. The member cannot take it, then we shouldn't be here, as I said.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition,
Yes?
as part of the House,
Yes.
you must know you cannot come to the Parliament and say what was said, what you heard.
Mr. Speaker, this was done, and the report can be provided. The member cannot come here and pretend that he didn't say so.
All right, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, do you have the evidence that it was done?
It can be provided, Mr. Speaker, but don't ask me to do that now.
Okay, well,
I cannot withdraw it, Mr. Speaker, and I will not withdraw it.
I ask you to withdraw the statement.
I will not withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. You hear me? I will not withdraw it.
The honorable member indicated that he didn't say.
I said I will not withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. I will not withdraw it.
Listen, honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
you will need to withdraw it if you want to continue your address.
I will not withdraw it. Do what you want. Throw me out. I will not withdraw it.
Honorable member, I call on you for the final time.
I will not withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. Did you hear me? For the final time. Do as you wish.
All right. Please have your seat, honorable leader.
Yes.
And we'll have a very brief recess. I'll come back to you. be seated. This sitting now recommences. I have had to take a break to discuss the matter before me, and I will at this point ask the leader of the opposition the final time to withdraw the statement made. All right, thank you. Thank you, leader of the opposition. Since you refuse to withdraw your statement, I will therefore suspend your presentation. And we approach this sitting with the next speaker. Leader for MP for St. Andrew Southwest.
Morning. Very pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Speaker, to all members of this honorable House. I stand, Mr. Speaker, sir, to give full support to the supplementary estimate as presented by our Minister of Finance here this morning with all of his details. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all begin by simply indicating what is really meant by a supplementary estimate. And to say to this honorable House and to the people of this country that a supplementary is simply a request for additional funds by the ministry, by the department, by the government during the course of the year. So we need some additional money. And of course, we can need additional money for a number of reasons. It could be that the allocations made when the budget was approved were insufficient for a particular project or program or activity. It could be that something special might have occurred during the year which would warrant some additional resources. So there are a number of reasons. And the supplementary estimates that are before us embark all those reasons to justify its request. Obviously, we all know that on July the 1st, we experienced the Hurricane Beryl, and the destruction it will have caused to our agriculture, to our housing, and to the country as a whole. And hence the need, Mr. Speaker, sir, for additional resources for us to attend to those destruction. So, Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Agriculture, of the 269.6 million supplementary total that we are requesting, the Ministry of Agriculture is requesting for an additional 17.9 million. And as the Minister of Finance would have indicated, those monies are to be used to provide assistance to our fisher folks of 2.9 million, and a total of 15 million to be used to provide assistance to our farmers
to provide farm labor support, to provide income support, farm input support to our farmers. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that shortly after Beryl, our ministry staff went around the country, visited the whole island, from Tongue to Sotters, and Carriacou, and Pittimatlick, and got an appreciation of the extent of the damage that was done. And we were able to appreciate the extent of the damage that was done to our agricultural sector and to our fisheries sector. And we immediately started to work to provide relief to our farmers. So our extension officers were out providing support and encouragement to our farmers. I myself was out, and I in fact made an early release to our farmers, indicating to them that we are coming to give you the kind of support that you need. The staff of the Ministry of Agriculture, they were all out. And therefore what we did, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that we took a two-pronged approach to respond to the situation. We put together a relief package for all of our farmers and fisher folks affected by Beryl, but we also, Mr. Speaker, put together a redevelopment package, a package to redevelop the agricultural sector. And that package is being finalized very soon. And I may speak a little bit about it shortly. But I want to repeat, Mr. Speaker, the exact support that we agreed upon, the income support we agreed upon to give to our crop farmers and to our nutmeg and cocoa farmers. And in the press conferences that we would have had, we indicated to crop farmers and to cocoa and nutmeg farmers that those whose area of land is up to 5 acres, they are going to receive an income support of $4,500. And those whose acres of land is above 5 acres going to receive a one-off $9,000. We also indicated that agro-processors and those who export fresh agricultural produce, they too will be receiving income support of $4,500. And I want to say to people of this country that the Ministry of Finance staff is presently working to have the arrangement in place to make sure those payouts are made in the coming months. No more than 3 months from now, the farmers should receive those payouts. But apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we do have ongoing programs right now that that provide direct assistance to our farmers. So we have the Agricultural Development Assistance Program, in which farmers get farm labor support, in which farmers have access to clearing of the lands. They have access to weed eaters, they have access to chainsaws that will help them to clear the land. In fact, we are putting out a team of chainsaws contractors, and they will go out and assist farmers in the clearing of the lands, because there is still some lands to be cleared. Under these programs, farmers are being distributed, they are being given plantlets at a very, very cheap, a very low price. The Maribo Farm, the Maribo Propagation Station, and the other stations they are operating, and they are providing plantlets to our farmers. We have, under the Farmer Assistance Program, we are distributing, or we are selling to our farmers NPK fertilizers, very cheap. It
It is the cheapest they ever see fertilizers, $1 per kilo. So you can get a 25 kilo bag of fertilizers for $25. You can get a 50 kilo bag of fertilizers for $50. And farmers are making full use of all of that as they move towards rebuilding themselves and rebuilding their farms. So we have moved, Mr. Speaker, we have moved quickly to give assistance to our farmers, while at the same time we're putting measures in place to give them that income support that they greatly need. Under the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning, Mr. Speaker, the supplementary allocation is $23.4 million. $23.4 million. And those, as explained by the Minister for Finance, those monies are for different areas. I wanted to zero in a little bit on where these monies are going. And I wanted to make reference to the fact that we have 15 million of those monies to improve farm access roads. And I want the nation to know where these roads are. You have the Mount Rule Bridge in St. Patrick's, $269,000. The Badia Bridge in St. David's, $4.8 million. The Chamber Road in St. Patrick's, $1 million. The Wrecking Road in St. David's, $1.5 million. Rukin. The Spring Garden Road in St. Andrew, $1 million. The Dumfries Road in Carriacou, my friend here, we didn't leave you out at all, $1.6 million. And of course, the Mongdo Road in Carriacou, $4.7 million. So all these monies, Mr. Speaker, are going into ensuring our farmers have good access rules. And these are monies we're going to spend this year. I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to construct 15 hydroponics units for our 4-Hers. For those schools that have the 4-H, we're going to receive 15 hydroponic units, those primary schools, 15 hydroponics units. And you know, hydroponic is a demonstration of a model of what climate-smart agriculture should be all about. So I wanted to refer to these as major activities to take place under our supplementary for the ministry. The others are there, and I suppose we all could read them, and the Minister of Finance will have indicated what they were, or what they are, in some detail. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I want to recognize and to express our gratitude for the support that we in the Ministry of Agriculture got when Beryl passed. And that support came from regional and international organizations. It came from bilateral governments. And in that regard, I want to point out the support that we will have received from the Minister of Agriculture, of the OECS, the oil pledge in a special meeting that we had, the technical support, and the support to provide us with seeds and plantlets. I want to recognize the support we received from the government of Guyana, who gave us 2 shade houses, which we constructed, and which the President of Guyana also visited while he was here for the CARICOM meeting. And the government of Guyana, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, also gave us 8 scholarships. 8 scholarships for young Grenadians to pursue diplomas and certificate in agriculture at the University of Guyana. And we are working on identifying our students two-time CC to take up those scholarships. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the support we receive from regional institutions like the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, ICA, like the Caribbean Agriculture Research and Development Institute, CARDI, for example, FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. They all came to our assistance and they all pledged support to us as we provide assistance and as we rebuild our agricultural sector. I also need to mention, Mr. Speaker, of course, the People's Republic of China, who have in fact provided us with finance, with equipment, and of course with tools. But also, Mr. Speaker, I also want to recognize the work of the staff in the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning during that period. Very early, the staff took the initiative and put together the plan in terms of what they would have to do following Beryl. In the Ministry of Agriculture, in the Ministry of Economic Development, the staff took the decision and said to the Cabinet that we are going to conduct an assessment of the damage that was done. And with support from the UNDP and from other organizations, the World Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank, they were able to provide support on the extent of the damage that was done by Beryl. And Cabinet will soon take a decision as the official report on the extent of the damage that was done. In light of all of this, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is planning a Farmers Appreciation Day next month at a place called Papadizia St. Andrews, in which we are going to recognize all of our standing farmers and give farmers the kind of encouragement that they need so that they can get back to the land. But I also want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, sir, the support that we receive from our internal organizations, the GCNA, the Grenada Cooperative Association, and the Grenada Cocoa Association. They were in full contact with us, and they provide guidance in terms of what kind of support we should provide to our farmers, especially the cocoa and nutmeg farmers. In that regard, the government of Grenada has to be commended for taking out insurance for the cocoa and nutmeg farmers. And with that insurance that we took out with a cooperative-based insurance company in Dominica called COPEF, the cocoa and nutmeg farmers would have received a payout of $3.4 million. And of that $3.4 million, we are going to utilize $1 million for insurance coverage again next year, and the remaining $2.4 million will be distributed to our farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also mentioned that the ministry is seriously absorbed right now in designing a redevelopment plan for the agricultural industry in Grenada. That plan, Mr. Speaker, will entail, in part, the utilization of our government estates. There are many government estates right now that are just there lying idle. We need to use them to ensure food security and to produce. And the ministry is right now working on a plan for the production of the government estates. That plan will involve the utilization of technology in agriculture. Technology in agriculture, Mr. Speaker, has gone far, and really and truly, we're still somewhat behind in that regard. And the plan would, in fact, give a greater role to technology in agriculture going forward. That plan, Mr. Speaker, would involve a greater participation of our young people in agriculture. I'm starting, of course, with our Youth in Agriculture program that we have, which is based now in Massachusetts. That plan would seek to involve more of our young people in agriculture, not just for cash crop, but also in the traditional crops, for cocoa, nutmeg, and banana. And of course, that plan would go beyond that, and it would seek to strengthen that linkage with agriculture and agro-processing and the finding of external markets for such products. So, Mr. Speaker, while the supplementary estimates provide, in essence, some of the relief measures that we are going to make available to our farmers, it also embarks aspects of the redevelopment of our agricultural sector. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the people of this country, that we do have a Prime Minister who gives full support to agriculture in this country. Full support. Whatever.
He's an aspiring farmer.
Whenever we go to him, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we present to him proposals for the development of the agricultural sector, he smiles. It's a time when I'm seeing the happiest. He smiles, he shares his ideas, and he gives full support. And one example was when we went to him for the insurance, because we went there a few days before the deadline. And he clicked his finger. He said, let's go ahead. Good? So, with a strong Prime Minister, and with me, and with a strong team in the Ministry of Agriculture, put it this way, the industry is in very good hands, and we are working without rest. We are working assiduously to build a strong, sustainable, climate-smart agriculture industry here in Grenada. And therefore, we give full support to the supplementary estimates as presented by our Minister for Finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MP for St. Andrews Southwest. Honorable MP for St. George Northeast.
This one might be easy. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would be brief. I think, in all honesty, notwithstanding the devastation, that it is pretty much clear that a response of Hurricane Beryl is required. Just permit me, I'm just trying to pull up my presentation here. No, not a senior moment at all. All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that it is pretty self-explanatory what the supplementary budget aims to do, I think, honestly, I want to start off with these few words. The wicked flee when no man pursueth. And I speak specifically to the actions of the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition and the members of Parliament on the other side. And I say this honestly to all Grenadians, that, should I repeat it? The wicked flee when no man pursueth. I say this to all Grenadians, because here we are dealing with a very serious issue in our country today, and having to use the means available to us, which is the Supplementary Appropriation Bill as presented by the Honourable Minister of Finance and member for St. Patrick East, to be able to commence the restoration, to commence the initial response, and to commence essentially the process of building back Carriacou and Petit Martinique better than we met it. And here we are, and have members openly playing politics. Now, there are some things, Mr. Speaker, in my view, that do not warrant specific partisan arguments, and it requires the maturity. It's funny how we are always often referred to as children, and some are referred to as grandfather and father of parliament. But when it comes to actually being responsible and showing the measured response that is required and maturity to really move our country forward, we can't see much of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to start off on this note and say that I support the bill as presented by the Minister of Finance and Honorable Member for St. Patrick East, the Honorable Dennis Cornwall, in his presentation. Mr. Speaker, the appropriation bill gives, or rather this appropriation bill, gives the initial economic response by the government of Grenada to the monster that we have all come to know as Hurricane Beryl. It focuses primarily on the short to medium-term goals or responses that is required, and does not seek to replace that long-term goal of rebuilding Grenada as a resilient state. And let me just explain what I mean by that. Now, Hurricane Beryl occurred on July 1st. The government of Grenada will have to respond. They have done a number of things. All of it is out there. The information is general. And therefore, the need for us now to begin to lay the structural foundation to roll out the response is what we must get to. So, for example, as we discuss this budget, Mr. Speaker, where we sit, or at least where I sit, I see two main threats that loom on the horizon in the response to the aftermath of Beryl. And one, we are still well within the hurricane season. So to say that we must just go berserk and just start to spend money and start to do all kinds of things without first looking at implications, without first managing and putting a system in place, is going to be careless. Further to that, God forbid, what if we get another threat and have Hurricane Isaac to deal with? We do not know how we will be able to respond if we do not put the necessary structure in place to give that response and even deal with it. Could you imagine Grenada and Carriacou having to deal, and Petit Martinique having to deal with another hurricane on its shores? So let us go measured, and let us not try to seek to engage in political grandstanding and believing in a narrative and misinformation that is out there by some people on what is happening in Grenada and in specific Carriacou and Petit Martinique. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, of threat that I believe looms as it relates to our response is the question of limited relief supplies. Now, disasters happen all over the world. Grenada is not a special case. And as such, given the fact that we are already in hurricane season, any number can play. Any other country can get affected, and therefore the interests will diverge. And so the need for us, when we talk about obtaining resources to be able to treat with the response, for it to be a measured one, cannot be understated. So, the initial response of government has been to, on island in Carriacou, Petit Martinique, to rebuild the medical stations, to ensure that we rebuild the police station, the revenue office, the hospital, the infrastructure as it relates to roads, the preparation for schools, etc. Some argue that what we should do is take all the resources, limited as they are, that we get to build homes. We, Mr. Speaker, are engaging in home repairs. But this home repair is just almost a temporary home repair that is required, because we cannot rebuild the homes the same way and suffer the fate either later on down this year or next year by the ravages of another hurricane. So responsible governance requires us to look at the situation in its entirety and apply specific measures that can be able to, one, deal with the now in the immediate, and also chart the course forward or lay the foundation for medium and long-term building. So this is what this response is about from a budget, supplementary budget standpoint, and it seeks specifically to treat with those matters. And when we talk about resources being limited, you just heard from the Minister of Economic Development, also responsible for agriculture, that the need to refocus so that we can expand production, get the farmers back up to a semblance of normalcy is critical. As I mentioned, we have limited resources dealing with. And if we need to continue to feed Carriacou and Petit Martinique, we need to be in a position on mainland to do so. So I want to commend, honestly, the Ministry of Agriculture for their vision and foresight, although I heard this morning that the budget lacked some of that. So we need to ensure that we are focusing on the objectives of the now and to be able to lay the foundation for the future. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I would like to mention as it relates to this is the question of our education system. Now, we came out from COVID-19 about 4 years ago, and we had to treat with the upending of school services, which had to go online and digital and so on, and frustration that these things caused. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that what we need to do now is begin to speak to the issue as to how the students in Carriacou and Petit Martinique will be able to continue their education in the context of the difficulty of COVID-19, of Hurricane Beryl, and seek to put the measures in place early so that we do not have next year negative impacts as a result of them not being able to get their education. So this is the kind of conversation I would have liked to hear this morning, or debate or discussion on the supplementary, where we could be able to allocate sufficient resources to be able to treat with these matters. And finally, the last issue that I would like to raise as it relates to the supplementary budget, or rather, the last point I would like to make as it relates to the supplementary budget, has to do, Mr. Speaker, with where do we see ourselves. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, whether we understand that or not, is a vulnerable state in the light of disasters, specifically in this instance, hurricanes, tropical systems. We cannot continue to build as we were, let's say a year or two ago, or even more than that. Hurricane Ivan did struck Grenada, but by and large, the mindset of contractors, the mindset of homeowners, other residents who build stuff remain the same. We have to upgrade our the building codes are there, I am told, but we have to upgrade the actual implementation of what we build, especially for public use. The damages that we saw in Carriacou, while it may not have been thought about, speaks really to a lack of strong structural buildings. And to an extent, you cannot build for category 4 or 5, but we must be able, Mr. Speaker, to put mechanisms in place to avoid the total devastation that we saw. And so when we talk about the need to invest more in schools, when we talk about the need to invest more in healthcare, it's not only from a systemic standpoint, but certainly the infrastructure that is required to be able to protect people is important. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to say that I support it, and it lays the foundation in the event that something happens, that we may have to see mass evacuations from Carriacou, Petit Martinique, God forbid, that we have the police, the hospital, the revenue office, other government public buildings and entities have that structure up and running so that we could be able to facilitate, not so much with ease, but at least with some level of assurance that lives are going to be preserved should Grenada become under threat in the near future or the not so near future. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, Honorable MP for St. George Northeast. Honorable MP for Carriacou and Pidi-Martinique.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start, with your leave, I'll ask us to just, for 1 minute, pause to remember the people of Carriacou and Pidi-Martinique who lost their lives during this devastating Hurricane Beryl. It will be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, if I, their representative, started this debate to support this motion, this bill, didn't pause and recognize. So with your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Granted, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, July 1st will forever remain in the hearts and minds of the people of Carriacou and Pidi-Martinique. I recall the Friday before the 1st of July, a team, cabinet colleagues and I went to New York. At that time, the projection for Beryl is that it was heading to Barbados. That was a projection. And by Saturday evening, the story changed. And we were attending an event Saturday in New York. And the people said something is wrong with the MP because he's certainly not himself. Because at that time I'm tracking and I'm realizing that this thing is going to head directly to Carriacou. So immediately I told the team, listen, I need to head back to Carriacou. Because if this hurricane impacts Carriacou, if one person has died, we all have to die together. So I said it's important that I head back. And I thank God that I made that decision to be with the people of Carriacou and Pidi-Martinique. Others could have easily gone a battleship or go someplace and hide. But I decided to go and stand with my people because I care and love for them. And Mr. Speaker, when I look at the devastation after Beryl, I heard someone talking about no communication. There was absolutely no communication. I think I managed to get the Prime Minister the day after, and other officials after, the day after, because there was absolutely no communication. And 1 month, 3 weeks and days after, we still have communication issues. Mr. Speaker, from our hospital, our police station, our clinics, only one managed to withstand those hurricane force winds. Our schools which were hurricane shelters. Hurricane shelters, Mr. Speaker, where people was in the shelters at the time of the passage of the hurricane, crumbled. It's only by God's grace that the death toll wasn't more. I give God thanks for that. What we witness in Carriacou, Mr. Speaker, I don't wish it on my worst enemy. Total devastation. Our housing stock, agriculture, you name it. So when I hear people, or when I see people trying to make politics out of this situation, I say to them that there's a time and a place for everything. This is certainly not the time for politics. This is a time for us to unite the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique and for all hands to be on deck so that we can rebuild a more resilient Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. So, Mr. Speaker, this supplemental budget is a budget that is designed for us to respond to the devastating impact of Hurricane Beryl. I want to commend my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, for their hard work, sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, and their encouragement during this very, very difficult time. And I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, the member for St. George's Northeast, who came to Carriacou to act as an extra shoulder, an extra hand, if you want to put it that way. So I want to, yes. So I want to thank you very much for that. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, we could not have asked for a better leader, for a better Prime Minister at this time. His stewardship, his steady hand, and cool head, which is needed now more than ever. Something I have to learn from him, but it takes time. Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no doubt that the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, and Carriacou and Petit-Martinique on a whole, will rise from the ashes. We are, after all, a resilient people. History has taught us that. And the process has begun. So the Ministry of Environment, Minister, through Mr. Speaker, Minister James and her team, are working closely with our ministry, the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique Affairs and Local Government, to start the process of the cleanup effort in Carriacou. We have 9 crews, 7 in Carriacou, 2 in Petit-Martinique. And Mr. Speaker, if you visited Carriacou just after Beryl to now, you wouldn't think that a hurricane passed with the amount of debris that is no longer on the roadside and the street side and so on, because the cleanup effort is having significant progress, if you want to put it that way. So when I hear they say that there is no response and what is being done, that is something that's being done. In addition to that, another cleanup aspect that will be starting soon is the marine cleanup. All the wrecks, the yachts and boats that were washed ashore, are stuck in the lagoon. The Ministry of Environment is assiduously putting plans in place, and that process should start in a couple of days, if you want to put it that way. So again, another response that will assist us. Of course, we have to do it. We have to ensure that that is done, because you don't want the oils and the gas from those vessels, those boats, to get into the water and have that impact on our ecosystem, our marine life. Mr. Speaker, through the Ministry of Social Development, the ministry did its initial payout to seed beneficiaries. In addition, did an additional top-up so that seed beneficiaries can access critical supplies, medications, what have you, that are required. So all ministries, Mr. Speaker, came together to assist us and is assisting us with the response in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. And I want you to understand, Mr. Speaker, the reason all this has been done, especially, and we have to depend solely on the ministers and the ministries on mainland, is that all government services is compromised or affected, or ministry building was destroyed, or administrative building destroyed, and work is now being done to restore those buildings. So I know that it will be a long road ahead, and we have to temper people's expectation. But I also want the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique to know that no one will be left behind. This administration has proven itself time and time again, whereby we made a statement and our actions speaks for itself. We have demonstrated with our initial response thus far that we are mindful of the seriousness and the situation in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, and that we are taking this very seriously, and that we recognize that this needs to be an all-hands-on-deck approach, and that we are all in this together. And the fact that Prime Minister and his regional colleagues came to Carriacou, and several delegations came to Carriacou that have never been to Carriacou before, never heard of Carriacou before, Petit-Martinique. It sends a signal that backs up what I've been saying, that no one will be left behind. And all the measures that we have announced thus far, the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique are grateful for what has been announced. The business community, Mr. Speaker, is looking forward with great anticipation for the drawdown of that $25 million, which will assist them in their reactivating their businesses. The farmers, fishermen in Carriacou are also anxiously awaiting the necessary payouts so that they can start back the process of farming in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique once more. So we understand the government must put structures in place that require strategy, planning, and executing, and that don't happen overnight. And I want to repeat to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique again that no one will be left behind. I'm just straying a little. I keep hearing some people talk about how they care about the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. But they could only fool themselves, Mr. Speaker, because an opportunity was given to them this morning to prove their salt, to prove their worth, to even make recommendations and suggestions, Mr. Speaker, and to give inputs, and to even speak to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique in the people's house that may comfort them, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they walked out of Parliament. But you know what was interesting? They didn't want to be here, you know. Because before we even started, they were arguing why we should speak for so long. Arguing about the amount of time they should speak, and they shouldn't speak for all this amount of time or what have you. We were elected to represent the people, and we understand that when we're elected, we're going to spend a lot of time inside here doing the people's business. And when you see individuals are not concerned about the people's business and more concerned about political grandstanding, it sends a message. And I hope
I hope the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique is looking on and paying attention. See for yourselves those that have their political agenda and motive, that are only interested in political grandstanding and political mischief, and pay attention to this team that are putting forward the plans for you, the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, that will help you bounce back better and stronger. Pay attention. So, Mr. Speaker, as I stated, there is a time and a place for everything. And this is certainly not the time for political grandstanding, certainly not the time for political mamagism. You better rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that when that time comes along, I will certainly be picking up my political armor and my political sword to deal with all of them. But this time, Mr. Speaker, this time is for us to pay attention to the people's business and to ensure that we build back Carriacou bigger, better, and stronger. And together, we will rise again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MP for Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry.
I now invite the Honorable MP for St. Andrew West to take the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the proposed supplemental budget as presented by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the member for St. Andrew South West and the Minister of Economic Development and Agriculture sought to define and rationalize a supplemental budget. And I want to go a little further, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of a supplemental budget. It is often necessary when unforeseen expenses arise, and it's no secret here that we saw the devastation of Hurricane Beryl on Grenada, especially St. Patrick and part of St. Andrew, but the almost total devastation of the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And therefore, we are here, Mr. Speaker, to support a supplemental budget. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we need to go back before we go forward. Because we heard a lot from the other side, while they were still here, about the advent of Hurricane Ivan. Least they forget. Or maybe it's 20 years ago, so you can forget. But, Mr. Speaker, 15 and 10 years after, we saw topplings on houses across Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, when you're talking about a month, just a little over a month ago, and you're asking to clean up and to rebuild, Mr. Speaker, you can't be serious. And you cannot be speaking to the people of Grenada who know better, to people whose houses are still beyond repair because of Hurricane Ivan. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, if you walk across Grenada, you will see massive buildings still in a state of disrepair 20 years after. The old Parliament building, Mr. Speaker, Princess Alice Hospital in St. Andrew Northwest, where you had the old nurses' hostel, is a rat site, unsightly place 20 years after. Mr. Speaker, so the Carlton Home, a rehabilitation center that is aimed to help our people, it is still in a state of disrepair. So let us educate our people, because what we realize though, more people are listening to Parliament proceedings, and therefore we ought to let them know what happened before. But this government, Mr. Speaker, is on the roll to ensure that we build back and build back better. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are here with this supplementary budget aimed at assisting the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, the children who needed attention for school, our young people, St. Patrick's, and all the other issues that confront them. Devastation in agriculture, Mr. Speaker. It is no secret that in St. Andrew and the other areas, farmers are crying because of what happened to their farms. And so this supplemental budget will be part of assisting them. So, Mr. Speaker, you hear about CRIF and CRIF and CRIF. Can you spend the CRIF without bringing it into the supplemental budget? Mr. Speaker, do you see we have any loans here? And those are the issues that we have to educate our people with, Mr. Speaker. And so this also should be a place to educate our people on what is and what was before. And that's why we have to go back sometimes before we go forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP for St. Andrew, Northwest. Thank you. Very brief and to the point. MP for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to everyone present. I note the attendance of my ministry staff, and I would like to say my good morning to them as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this supplementary budget laid before us this morning for quite a number of reasons. And as one of, or maybe as one of the ministers and MPs here in this honorable house who have served in both houses of parliament, and as my colleagues have already mentioned who went before me, coming to the house to approve a supplementary budget is nothing novel to us. And so this subtle notion that, through you, Mr. Speaker, the members who should have been on the other side of the house, is perpetuating in the media, I believe I would join my member on this side of the house in solidarity to state that we must use this house to educate this nation on how the budget cycle goes, how it runs, how government runs, and how parliament should be run. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not merely a fiscal formality, but it is a decisive step in our ongoing battle against climate change and our efforts to fortify our nation's resilience. And over some time, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a very careful listener, an avid reader, and I take notes quite a lot. And for some time, there has been a notion within this house to disregard youth, to disregard young politicians, to disregard young parliamentarians. And when you use a natural disaster to disregard and disrespect youth, Mr. Speaker, I have a fundamental problem with that. When Hurricane Ivan passed, Mr. Speaker, I was 6 going on 7. And as my dear mother and member of this side of the house mentioned, sometimes we have to go back before we go forward. What I recall 20 years later from Hurricane Ivan, in addition to the tarpaulins that are still left on some persons' homes, in addition to quite a number of government infrastructure that is still left dilapidated, in addition to quite a number of other health infrastructure that is still left in dismay, quite a number of persons in the region, internationally, they made an oath to themselves to never again have Grenada if another disaster is to hit us. And you know why? Persons who sacrificed and save up, gather their families, gather their friends, gather their workmates to send aid to Grenada. Most of the stuff was left by the thousands on the port when people right through Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik were still hungry and desperate after Hurricane Ivan. And that is my recollection of Hurricane Ivan. Even today, Mr. Speaker, you will hear quite a number of persons saying that they was hurt by trying to expedite and get support, get relief items, food items, Pampers for our elderly, Pampers for our children, formulas for our babies, our infants, and it was left on the port to rot, Mr. Speaker. So when I talk about comparing 20 years, comparing 15 years to 1 month or weeks of what this government has done, it is incomparable. And so I say this, Mr. Speaker, to re-emphasize and to ensure that our young people are listening and going back and checking the facts about what really is and what was, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a second point I want to make before I get to my substantive argument or my substantive intervention in this honorable House is the issue of the CRIF facility. If my memory serves me right, Mr. Speaker, this facility was launched in 2015, and it was as a result of quite a number of different natural disasters that occurred in the region and elsewhere. It took our country 8 years. Mind you, we were faced with Hurricane Ivan, a Category 3, 2004. We were also faced with a Category 1, I believe, Hurricane Emily, 2005. And it took the government then, not this members, not our beloved Prime Minister now, not the former one before who represented the same institution that we come from, but it took that opposition 8 years to join the facility. So when they go out and they try to make it seem as though thank God for that administration during that time to join that facility, we want to know what were the reasons. Having gone through such a devastating hurricane in 2004, what were the reasons? Why did it take you so long to join the facility? So don't try to make this a political issue. Don't try to make this seem as though to beat your chest and to boast about something, Mr. Speaker. But we're not going there, but I just wanted to place that on the record. Took them 8 years. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, it is imperative for us to understand that supplementary budgets are integral into our governance framework. The dynamic nature, Mr. Speaker, of global economic and the environmental landscapes necessitates such a flexibility for us. And so, I am happy, Mr. Speaker, to speak about some of the items underneath Vote 28, my ministry, or the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy, in which we have made allocations for in this supplementary. Mr. Speaker, we continue our efforts vigorously with our renewable energy initiatives to transition Grenada's energy mix towards that of sustainability, longevity, and ensuring that our energy cost is lowered. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the devastating impacts of Hurricane Beryl on our solar limelight plant in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, or Carriacou, what would have been our first utility-scale project, but we are not dampened. We continue to look for funding to rebuild a better plant, and also, simultaneously, we continue to look at other options of renewable energy sources that we can tap into. One such being the geothermal project that we have continued to pursue. With an allocation, Mr. Speaker, of $686,300 in local revenue and $725,270 from the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, this project will be critical and pivotal in reducing our dependency on imported fossil fuels and transitioning to sustainable energy sources. The significance of this project, Mr. Speaker, extends beyond environmental benefits as it represents economic liberation and, of course, with the projection of reducing our energy input bill and fostering energy sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I have heard remarks and attacks made in this honorable House about where are the cleanup or what is happening with our cleanup in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. I don't know if our members on the other side do, probably, Mr. Speaker, through you, because of lack of ability to navigate the technology or the internet space in a more constructive manner, or just because of utter ignorance to politically grandstand, that they have not seen time and time again the countless videos, the images, the press conferences that we have updated step by step by step as we go along, and the boatloads of volunteers who came out and assisted, sometimes every day. Mr. Speaker, I am certain that the member for St. George South, Mr. Speaker, who is responsible for the Ministry of MIT, can also attest that every day we are bombarded with phone calls after phone calls after phone calls. When is the next cleanup? When are they having another boatload of persons coming up to go up to Carriacou and Petit-Matnick to assist with more relief efforts and cleanup? Mr. Speaker, we have never seen that level of volunteerism. We have never seen that level of patriotism, of nationalism, and having a Grenadian identity ever before. And I might be young and I stand corrected, but we can check the facts and come back and next time in the House and report, right? But to see the level that Grenadians has gone out to ensure that we clean up, to try the best as humanly possible, I want to say thank you to them. And for them to continue to keep Carriacou and Petit-Matnick close to their hearts, near and dear, because they need all of us. They need government, they need the private sector, they need people in the region, they need our friends and organizations in the international community, and definitely so they need the opposition. As bad as they are. Mr. Speaker, because of how serious we consider waste management during, after, and before a natural event or disaster, we have decided to come to this, the Ministry of Finance, through the Ministry of Finance, who have been good to us, to allocate a total of $5.4 million for waste management for Carriacou and Petit-Matnick. Mr. Speaker, I want to also commend and recognize the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority. Not only so for their handling of the initial post-disaster waste management of all types of bulky debris, concrete structure that were fallen, galvanized and all of that. But we have been dubbed, Mr. Speaker, as one of the best waste management authority in the entire region, and might I say the entire world. And so, if one is to spend a day with the authorities, Mr. Speaker, you would wonder to yourself, how is these people, these goodly Grenadians, making this happen? They don't have all of the resources. They have a shortage of machinery. They have a shortage of equipment. We have a shortage of landfill space. We have a shortage of sometimes maybe skilled workers in the field, but yet still they have been able to make do, Mr. Speaker, and make magic. And not because they have been able to do so or work so over the years that we have to live it like this, because at some point in time, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize and realize that the climate is not waiting for us. Natural disasters are unprecedented now. We don't know the extent in which the damage would be. So we have to ensure that all of our boards and our authorities and statutory boards are well equipped to deal with these type of disasters. And so what this additional funding for the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority would do, Mr. Speaker, is not only an allocation for a short-term basis, but going forward on a long-term basis, they would have a baler, Mr. Speaker, they would have a compactor that they own, they would have trucks and what do they call them, small machines and things? Escalators and all of these equipment, excavators. Thank you for the clarifications. They will have all of these things, Mr. Speaker, to deal with waste management from Carriacou and also on mainland Grenada. And the intent, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we have a robust, solid waste management authority that can be a model for not only the region, but for the international scale. And we are going hard. And as a line minister responsible for solid waste management authority, I will do my utmost to ensure that we don't force these people to work over and beyond what they should work, but to give them the rewards that they so deserve so that they can be better and that they can go out and show our friends in the region how waste management should be pre, post, and during a disaster and in normal circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I also heard of the issue of using our local playing fields or open space for collection of the debris and all of the other waste following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, using open spaces like our playing fields is grounded in both practical and scientific reasoning. These open areas allow for efficient, large-scale handling of mixed debris, facilitating easier access, Mr. Speaker, for sorting and recycling processes. This method significantly reduces environmental impacts by preventing additional soil contamination and promoting quicker restoration of our natural habitats. So the Solid Waste Management Authority, Mr. Speaker, didn't just wake up one day and just say we will just take everything that we gather and just dump it in them playing fields. That was not that. We have quite a number of environmental policies. We have quite a number of environmental documents. We have recently launched our National Ecosystem Assessment Report, and we are using what is already generated from the IPCC and other international communities of what is the standard for dealing with waste management post a disaster. And it is of utmost ignorance and quite negligible that the members, and it is unfortunate now that they are not here, because they have missed a schooling of what supplementary means from my member on this side. They have missed a schooling from all of the things that will happen before. They have missed a schooling of what happened during the first few days and weeks following the passage of Beryl, and they missed a schooling, Mr. Speaker, of what will come in the few days and weeks to follow, Mr. Speaker. So it's quite unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, we have also asked the Ministry of Finance and his budget team for an allocation of $1.6 million for the marine cleanup. So the Solid Waste Management Authority, Mr. Speaker, deals with what happens on the land, and we have to get experts and specialists to deal with what happened in the marine space. Hurricane Beryl, we hear it time and time again. Our agriculture and our fishing industry suffered severe impacts of Hurricane Beryl. And so what we want to do, Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of the incentives that is being offered and has been given to and will be given to the fishers as well as the farmers, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that the space in which their lives and livelihoods reside is also safe, protected, and built back environmentally sustainable. Mr. Speaker, we have engaged a company out of Trinidad and Tobago to assist us with the removal of sunken vessels, the removal of vessels that have been wrecked and have been pushed through natural wave action following the hurricane in our oyster bed that has destroyed our mangroves. And we are going to ensure that that area as well is cleaned up. And so what that would do, and what the project pressing under the Solid Waste Management Authority would do as well, they would have the resources now to deal with both what do we do with the debris, how to get it off the island. Mr. Speaker, we have also asked the Minister for Finance and his budget team for an allocation of $1.2 million for the hosting of a Sargassum conference. Mr. Speaker, in May 2024, we attended the Small Island Developing States Conference, the 4th conference of the Small Island Developing State. And I want to thank our forward-thinking, our efficient, our visionary leader for taking on this climate issue and really and truly representing the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique in the region, as well as on the international stage. And it's because of his intervention, Mr. Speaker, we were able to agree with the EU to host the second Sargassum conference. Mr. Speaker, in addition to dealing with the unprecedented impacts of climate change, we also have annual environmental issues and climate issues outside of the hurricane season that we have to deal with. Sargassum is one of them. The influx of sargassum in our shores has threatened communities that are along the coast. They have threatened persons within the fishing industry, the fishermen, the sea moss farmers, the vendors, all of which sometimes, Mr. Speaker, are persons that find themselves in vulnerable groups or vulnerable populations. And so in order for us to ensure that we take a stand not only during the hurricane season, but we take a stand and continue to take a stand and lend our voices, our Prime Minister has thrown his hand up as one of the leaders in the region and said that we would host such an important dialogue in Grenada. This conference, Mr. Speaker, will be hosted on the 1st and 2nd of October. Mr. Speaker, the conference aims to facilitate knowledge exchange, foster regional cooperation, a key element there, and develop sustainable strategies to mitigate the economic and environmental impacts of sargassum on our coastal communities. What we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is that quite a number of our friends and countries within Latin America and the Caribbean, they have been fighting this issue alone. Quite a number of them might laugh at our little budget that we asked for to facilitate the conference, because they have spent millions, not in 2024, but way beyond that, way before that, to try to come up with the right way. And we believe as a government, Mr. Speaker, that in order for us to leverage and in order for us to have that economies of scale, we have to come up with a regional approach to dealing with sargassum. And so this conference, we hope at the end, Mr. Speaker, would assist us with that. Mr. Speaker, we also have an allocation underneath Vote 28 of $950,915 for the biospace and GBF early action support projects. Both funded through international grants, Mr. Speaker, are geared towards enhancing our biodiversity strategies and integrating them into national and regional policies. These projects, Mr. Speaker, are not merely compliance activities, but are integral to our national strategy for sustainable development, leveraging global frameworks for local benefits. Mr. Speaker, we also have an allocation of $978,080 for the CREW project under the UNEP funding, which is targeted at improving our wastewater management, a critical component of public health and environmental integrity. Similarly allocated, Mr. Speaker, $469,488 is also allocated for the biennial transparency reports under the UNFCCC which aligns with our commitments to international transparency and enhances our ability to access further climate finance. Mr. Speaker, I believe, maybe a biased view, that this supplementary budget is a blueprint and a testament towards what it means to be resilient in the face of adversities. This supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, also demonstrates the need for not only the Minister for Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy, but the need for all ministers, including members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to stand up and lend their voices for climate justice and to lend their voices for climate finance for loss and damage that we have suffered for quite a number of years. Mr. Speaker, only yesterday when we were in cabinet did it dawn on me that, and Prime Minister made some comments, most of the relief and most of the things that we have to do in order to build back better and to ensure our resilience again, should another, or if we pray God it doesn't happen, another hurricane is to impact us. Most of this funding comes from local funds, Mr. Speaker. Some of the grants funding that we have received, Mr. Speaker, most of that grant funding came from our friends within the region. And so I use this time here, Mr. Speaker, to implore on the international community. We can't afford, every time a disaster is to hit us, to continue to go back, reallocate or allocate for things that they have done to us. And I want to use the word, but I'm afraid I end up on meme again. The big emitters, we won't use the D word, but the big emitters have done to us. We want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, and I implore on every single young person, every single mature person, the elderly, to rally around this cause. The only home that we know, Mr. Speaker, is our environment, and by all means necessary, we have to protect it. And so what I want this supplementary budget to do, not only to school our members on the other side, through you, Mr. Speaker, of what supplementary mean and why we come to this honorable house to do that. But I want each Grenadian to go through that document and understand the allocation and understand the reason why we have that mandate within the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy. Understand the mandate of your Prime Minister, sitting now as CARICOM's head, understanding the mandate of every single person who sits in cabinet, who have ministries or sectors, overseeing sectors that are vulnerable to climate change, that we have to continue to be on the table and to be in the negotiations, and we cannot stop. And we cannot only pick it up because it is a glamorous subject, no. But we have to continue with the conversations and the negotiations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our Prime Minister for his leadership. And as my colleague from CARICOM, P.T. Matnick, mentioned and says, I don't know how this guy does it. I don't know where he gets the energy from. But almost every Grenadian, from as young as my niece who is, she's four now, just turned 4 last week. She knows the Prime Minister by color, by eye, by voice, by height, simply because of his constant engagement at a time when Grenadians needed a leader to be present. And I want to thank you, sir. We will give you the title right here. For your continued efforts and push for Grenada. We have never seen that kind of leadership before. And I know that every day we have an opportunity to work along with you, that we learn something from you, and that we are humble and honored to be around your presence. And I want Grenada too, and I want all you two to knock the table. Because it is not easy to make a sacrifice like that, to forget about your own safety and be with an entire nation. I can't even say be with the people, because people is too pacifier of a word to use to describe it. But be with the entire nation at a time when they need him most. And we continue to be admired. We continue to admire you. We continue to admire, and I continue to admire my team for making this experience so easy and making it so fun. And I want to thank the Minister for Finance, Mr. Speaker, for considering this supplementary budget, ensuring that we take decisive steps in our ongoing battle against climate change and our efforts to fortify our nation's resilience. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you. I think I have exhausted my time, and I wish everybody a great week.
Thank you, Honorable MP, for the constituency of St. John. I invite the Honorable MP for South St. George to make his contribution.
Good morning again, Mr. Speaker. I was just testing you out to see if you was on the ball. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And good afternoon to Grenada, Karikou, and P.D. Matnik. Mr. Speaker, before I get into this budget debate, Mr. Speaker, not debate, but the supplementary, and how I stand with it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but to observe the level of immaturity that I saw here this morning, Mr. Speaker, and I want to put my disappointment on record. And Mr. Speaker, I stand with you and this House, and I think, Mr. Speaker, with a decision like this, Mr. Speaker, you will put all of us in our shoes. Mr. Speaker, you know, we just came out of a season where we saw gun violence and where we were making a cry for everyone in this Parliament to show solidarity and to promote peace, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, in order for us to promote peace, it starts with us. Mr. Speaker, how can one of us make a statement that is false, and we are asked to retract it, and our way of resolving this is to walk out of the House? Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. I was going to ask some men, they call us children, Mr. Speaker. I was going to ask the real children to stand up, but they walked out. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because it is our duty to change the scope of politics in Grenada. We come in the House to debate and to speak about the issues. And Mr. Speaker, I think we have a responsibility to the nation to come and do just that. Not to do the personal attack, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we are not doing what we were elected to do. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, we have a total of $24.5 million in the budget, with $15 million, Mr. Speaker, allocated to housing. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of MIT will be working closely with the Ministry of Social Development in order to deliver, Mr. Speaker, on these promises, or on this initiative, Mr. Speaker. And when I say initiative, we thought it was necessary. So when we are building back, or when we are assisting people to build back in terms of housing, not just to build back the same way that we were doing. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of MIT plans to roll out a project called Project Build Back Better. And when you say Build Back Better, you may wonder, what are we speaking about? Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about more resilient homes, more resilient structures, Mr. Speaker. We are speaking about not just a boat building, but a boat building with a concrete frame. So even though you have the winds, Mr. Speaker, the house may be able to stand up. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a parapet roof, a roof that is more resilient to hurricanes. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about including rainwater harvesting, natural lighting, Mr. Speaker, to reduce energy costs. And Mr. Speaker, as done previously, even though some people may be unfortunate, we can give them something good. So we want to paint the house, Mr. Speaker, and at the end of the day, give the people something that they can call a home. Mr. Speaker, we took the time to ensure that the designs were resilient. And Mr. Speaker, we don't want to be spending the same money every year when you have a wind, a strong wind, or hurricane or storm. If, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about transformation, we know that this region is prone to hurricanes. So when building back, we should build back in a resilient manner so that we don't have to come back in Parliament every year to ask for funds to rebuild the same structures that were destroyed. Mr. Speaker, also in the budget, we had an amount for small roads, and we will be working closely with the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these roads are built. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of MIT again will be, we have already embarked on a solar light project. And this in itself is transformation, Mr. Speaker, where we use a natural light to give energy so that instead of having Greenlight supply all these, the lights that use the same petrol and so, we are using our natural energy, God-given energy, Mr. Speaker, to produce light. And after Beryl, we saw areas that these solar lights were installed. They were the only one that was standing up. For example, in places like Guankai, when the power was out, you had light the same night after Beryl because of the solar lights. Mr. Speaker, we will be embarking on some green spaces. And our Minister for Energy, Minister Kevin James, Mr. Speaker, we think that it is necessary to create some more green spaces in Grenada so that people can, number one, relax, and also focus on the environment also. So, Mr. Speaker, in general, this is what we are going to do. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, we are going to provide employment for over 750 persons with Project Build Back Better and the small roads. And Mr. Speaker, employment for painters, electricians, plumbers, and builders throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. And Mr. Speaker, we know that when the money goes to construction, Mr. Speaker, we know the effects that it has on the economy. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, we have a task where the Ministry of MIT will be looking to work speedily, but tactically, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these funds are used by the ending of the year, but to also make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we do it in the correct manner. Because, Mr. Speaker, a hurry bird does not build a good nest. And whereas some wanted us to immediately, Mr. Speaker, we build the day after the hurricane. And I always say to myself, they are trying to run our government, but what does? Mr. Speaker, we are capable of running our affairs. And Mr. Speaker, we are confident in what we do. And the idea is not to just build back in an effective manner, but to build back in a more resilient manner that will benefit the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to really applaud, although I did it already, the people of Greater Carriacou and PD Martinique, for showing that community spirit, for being your brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, when we made the call for people to volunteer to clean up again in St. Patrick's and Carriacou and PD Martinique, Mr. Speaker, the amount of calls we got, we had to refuse people. We had to push them back to other weeks because the enthusiasm was there, the community spirit was there, and the love was there, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that money cannot buy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the citizens of Grenada and Carriacou and PD Martinique for all the love, all the efforts that were shown in the rebuilding process. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud all my cabinet colleagues. I want to applaud the Minister for Carriacou and PD Martinique also for showing strength, Mr. Speaker. We know that it was a testing time. Mr. Speaker, we were, as the Minister said, we were in New York together, attending to a town hall. And Mr. Speaker, by the time we blinked, he was out in Carriacou already. We didn't even know. It shows his commitment to the people of Carriacou and PD Martinique. Throughout it all, he was there. The Prime Minister started begging him to come to Grenada, and he did not want to come because he was saying he didn't want to leave the people of PD Martinique, Carriacou and PD Martinique alone. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud his sense of patriotism and his commitment to his people, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, Tevin Andrews and the people of Carriacou and PD Martinique, we will build back better. It may take a little time, but bear us. It's good when you do something, do it in the best way that you can. Don't just hurry and do something, I have to come back and do it again. So, you have my commitment, Minister Andrew, and Mr. Speaker, when we leave this room, Minister Andrew, and some of the other ministers will be going to visit a sample of the project Build Back Better that we want, that we intend to construct, so that this may be the new way going forward. And when the government spends the taxpayers' money, we spend it, Mr. Speaker, wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MP for South St. George. I noticed the light of the leader of government business, but just to say to the honorable members that it's 12:30. We can proceed and finish the events on the order paper and then have lunch, because most of the speakers have gone already. I now invite the leader of government business to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to be long, but I must make a few statements in support of this budget. So I rise, Mr. Speaker, to give my full support to this supplemental budget of $268+ million. $5 million of which will be allocated to the Ministry of Health for the purpose of restoring some equipment that was lost during the passage, the unfortunate passage of Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that there are some infrastructural rebuilding that has to be done, is not captured under this particular allocation, but that is also included as part of the overall budget. So, Mr. Speaker, in the wake of the hurricane, we recognize that there is an urgency that we face with to replace these very important pieces of equipment, including the X-ray machine, the iStat, autoclave, mattresses, computers, incubators, examination beds, and you name it. All have been lost as a result of the penetration of water through the roof, and those that were directly exposed after those roofs were damaged. Overall, 5 facilities sustained damage. Of these, 4 lost approximately 70% of the galvanized sheeting. Mr. Speaker, a thorough study was conducted. We do have a report of all the facilities and the extent of damage that was that had happened during the passage of that hurricane. So I want to thank the Minister for Finance for allocating or for allowing us to have the restoration of these equipment by way of the provisions made in the supplemental budget. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make some observation. As a matter of fact, I ask us this question. Do we believe that the members on the other side, any member on the other side, had they remained, was going to support this supplemental budget for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique in particular? I seriously doubt. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of their presence here, had they remained, would have been of no great significance, in that we would not expect them to really add significant value to the discourse and to support the spending that is absolutely needed for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique in particular. Mr. Speaker, the leader of His Majesty Opposition posited the question, or posited the statement, saying we have to do something urgent. We can't wait 2 or 3 months. We cannot wait later. Something has to be done now. Those were the statements. Those were the words, Mr. Speaker. But with all of this fuss, you listen to the lesson in history that the member was given to the Honorable House. All about 2004. All about what happened back in Hurricane Ivan. He spoke about the entire country was devastated by Hurricane Ivan back in 2004. The good thing is that the police force was stationed here. The cabinet was stationed on mainland Grenada. The Coast Guard was stationed here. The international airport was there. The seaport, right here. But in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, they do not have that luxury. They were literally isolated from the rest of Grenada and the rest of the world. So our reaching out and to rescue the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique in 2024 was of greater and dire need compared to that of 2004. Absolutely no comparison. When you consider, you match everything together, there is no comparison. But, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they left the Parliament had nothing to do with the refusal to withdraw a statement. If you take a look at the media review report, the results are just too good. That is the problem. With unemployment being the lowest in the last 18 years, lowest at 11.1%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prior to now, what I know was unemployment is 30 and 25% and those kind of numbers. That's what we know, that's what we have become used to. But with careful management, so Speaker, some talk about mathematics and
knowing so much. We have a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, who heads the cabinet of Grenada, who is putting the mathematician to shame. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, revenues continue to increase. 6.3% increase in revenues. That is $82.7 million better than budget. They don't want to sit in this cabinet, in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, to hear these facts. They don't want to read these reports. And if you look at how they make their presentation, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize that absolutely no study was done to come into this honorable house. What they come with is their old history that they're holding on to. So, Mr. Speaker, I remember we had our last week Finance Committee meeting. And let us not forget, last year, they walked out on the Finance Committee meeting. Not even walked out, they did not show, Mr. Speaker. They did not show last year. They refused to come to the Finance Committee meeting. This year, what happened? They walked out. These are the facts. But during the Finance Committee meeting, a question was asked. The question was, where is the loan? They could not believe, Mr. Speaker, that we've done all of this, but there was no additional borrowings. The previous administration, Mr. Speaker, used these unfortunate circumstances to plunge the company plunge the country, Mr. Speaker, deeper and deeper into debt. But our Prime Minister stood up tall in cabinet, the head of cabinet, and said to us, let us do all that we can to avoid lending as a result of that. Recognizing, Mr. Speaker, that these adverse climate onslaughts are as a result of the misdeeds and the misbehaviors of those in the international community, the big boys out there. They do their doing, Mr. Speaker, and we suffer as a result of that. Because, as the Minister for Climate Resilience would say to us, that we are net zero when it comes to carbon emissions into the atmosphere. We are net zero. We are not guilty of all of the pollution of the environment. We are not the one that contribute to the carbon emissions in that way, but we are made to pay the price. So, Mr. Speaker, our country continues to do well, and as an administration, Mr. Speaker, we continue to manage the best way that we can. We thank, Mr. Speaker, all of those who have come to our rescue, whatever contributions that they have made. We thank them so much for their continued contribution. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice as far as the father of the house is concerned. I need to add my voice because, Mr. Speaker, it is so important to have a father, and we respect our fathers. I am a father myself. I remember just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I ended up missing a meeting simply because my daughter was not well, and she just wanted me to lie next to her and hug her. And as a result of that, I just couldn't go.
those of us who are fathers, Mr. Speaker, understand that, the importance of a father. So we cannot continue to sanction absent fathers. We must send a clear message. If you call yourself a father, act like a father. Be present in the lives of your children. So you call yourself grandpa walk out with all his grandchildren, Mr. Speaker. That's not nice. But Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to say to Minister for Finance, job well done. Well done. And I, again, offer my full support to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. And I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to you, as well as to the nation. Since we are aware that the proceedings have been broadcast, I understand this morning the quality of the proceedings were not the best. I hope that they've improved so that our citizens would have heard the quality of the debate coming from this side and the obvious absence from the other side. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by emphasizing that this is in fact the first time since this House is sitting, since the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And I want to first join with my colleague from Carriacou, P.T. Martinique, in saying that it perhaps was remiss of all of us, Mr. Speaker, to not start the proceedings by acknowledging that not only did persons lose their lives in Carriacou and P.T. Martinique, but also someone lost their life in Grenada, and in particular in River Road. And so I think the moment of silence that our colleague from Carriacou and P.T. Martinique asked us to observe should also be extended to the family, friends, and loved ones of the person who died in River Road as a result of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, I too will join the chorus in wrongly condemning the display by the father of the house and his children in walking out on today's proceedings, especially in light of the fact that this is the first time that the House is sitting since the passage of Hurricane Beryl. The passage of Hurricane Beryl represents and is the single biggest challenge that the nation of Grenada, Carriacou, and P.T. Martinique has faced in the last 2 decades. And one would have thought, given that they fought hard, campaigned relentlessly to get this job, which is the job to come to this House, to represent the people who've put their confidence in you, that the least you would do is to pay them the respect by remaining in the House and contributing towards the debate on what is perhaps the most seminal act that we can do as parliamentarians in passing a supplementary budget, or opposing it, if you are so inclined, given the fact that on July 1st, we faced and stared down the barrel of our biggest existential threat over the last 2 decades. And so I want to say to the citizens of Grenada, and in particular, to the citizens who reside in St. George Northwest, in St. Mark, in the town of St. George, in St. Andrew Northeast, and St. Andrew Southeast, that you deserve better. And there is a pattern emerging here that the citizens from those constituencies should pay attention to. As the Honorable Leader of Government Business said, last year, it was a complete no-show for the Finance Committee meeting to address last year's supplementary appropriation budget. On the seminal issue of gun violence, and ensuring that we send the message that the gun culture is not something we will accept in Grenada. When given the opportunity to support a bill for stiffer penalties and to make it more difficult for repeat gun offenders to obtain bail, what did they do? The father of the house was absent. Two other members abstained, and two voted against it. One of them who voted against it, a family member, serves in the RGPF, the very institution that we rely on to protect and serve, and whose men and women put their lives at risk every day to serve this nation. And when we are passing legislation to strengthen the penalties and to make it more difficult for criminals, they vote against it, they run away, or they abstain. So I want the citizens in those constituencies to pay attention to the kind of representation that you are not getting in the House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the last 8 months has brought significant challenge at a time when Grenada is celebrating its 50th anniversary as an independence nation. We face the scourge of an unprecedented upswing in gun violence. We had an unprecedented 15-year drought. That drought led to significant bushfires. And before the drought was finished, we faced the onslaught of Hurricane Beryl. Notwithstanding all of this, Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique have shown their resilience, have shown their willingness to fight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. And so the brilliance of our 50th anniversary independence celebration is for us to reminisce and reflect on what we can achieve as a nation when we come together, when we work together, and when we fight for Grenada and Grenadians. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank our Olympians for reminding us of the brilliance, of the talent, of the humility, of the statesmanship that we all have in us when we work hard and when we put Grenada first. So in the midst of the challenges of Hurricane Beryl, they brought a smile on the face of every Grenadian, notwithstanding the difficult times that we were going through, and in particular, the difficult times that our brothers and sisters in St. Patrick, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique were going through. So I have to use this opportunity to again publicly thank King James and the crew. And I want to particularly mention those younger ones amongst them who may not have medaled, because I want to encourage them to use the example of Kirani, Anderson, Lyndon, to understand what you can achieve with hard work, perseverance, and dedication. And I want to thank the minister, the then acting Minister of Youth and Sports, and the team for the tremendous job they did in welcoming our Olympians and in ensuring that they were justly rewarded, and in ensuring that we don't just talk the sports policy, but we put it in action so that it could continue inspiring the next generation of Grenadians. Not just Grenadians, but I think our brothers and sisters throughout the OECS and CARICOM members, so that their young people can also aspire to be great Olympians. So, Mr. Speaker, we are here to make our contributions towards the supplementary appropriation bill. And I actually did the perhaps pedantic thing of looking up the meaning of supplement. since it's always useful, Mr. Speaker, to appreciate that words have meaning. And to supplement, one of the dictionary says, to supplement a thing is to add to something in order to complete or enhance it. And this is what we are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker. We have a budget that was passed. 8 months more or less have elapsed. And even if we didn't have Hurricane Beryl, we would have been back in this House to seek a supplementary budget. Hurricane Beryl has, of course, exacerbated the need for us to do so with some urgency and with significant more resources being required. And so, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Infrastructure, I want to highlight that in the allocations, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation has the single largest chunk of the allocations, that of $87 million, out of the $268 million plus that has been allocated. And before I deal with why the Ministry of Infrastructure requires this supplement of $87 million, I just want to reiterate what the Minister of Finance said and what the Honorable MP for St. John said. This supplementary appropriation, Mr. Speaker, is financed in large measure, almost exclusively, by the hard-working citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique who pay their taxes. So I'm making the point that notwithstanding Hurricane Beryl, and contrary to the view sometimes that is put out there, this country has not benefited. Subject to what I will say next, this country has not benefited in any significant measure from financing from the international community, from the international donor community. We have not benefited. Subject to the list of persons I will highlight next. So I'm making the point, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to climate justice, when it comes to climate financing, when small island developing nations say that we are on our own, and that despite all the talk that there is no climate justice, this example demonstrates that clearly, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I will read out, it is long, but I feel I need to do it, partly because I want to thank publicly and go on record the individuals, the institutions, and the persons. Some of them wish to remain anonymous, but I will try as best to respect their wishes. But I think it's important for us to go on record to thank those persons who have financially contributed to the Hurricane Beryl relief effort. It is by no means exhaustive, Mr. Speaker, because what we sought to do is to list persons or institutions or bilateral partners who have contributed 25,000 EC dollars or more. And this list is as at today's date. The Embassy of the People of the Republic of China, $268,701.45. The government of Angola, $250,000. The government of Belize, $268,757.90. The government of the Cayman Islands, $537,577.90. And I want to go on record of singling out the Premier of the Cayman Islands, who visited in person with a large delegation to bring this financial support, as well as to bring other relief to us. A sum of $80,476.30 via the Consulate General of Grenada in Dubai. The government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, $1 million. by far the single largest contribution. And I want to emphasize that it is those who have little that are getting the most. So I want to thank Prime Minister Skirt and the government and people of Dominica. The government of the Bahamas, $403,167.90. Again, funds channeled through the Consulate General of Grenada in Dubai, $39,712.21. The government and people of Suriname, $268,757.90. The government of South Korea, through the Korea International Cooperation Agency, $268,757.90. King Abdullah Al Saud from Abu Dhabi, $806,397.90. I hope I can pronounce it properly. The Agbu Kifas Initiative from Abuja, Nigeria, $53,701.90. And again, the same Agbu Kifas Initiative from Abuja, an additional $26,787.64. The Kingdom of Morocco, through the International Cooperation Moroccan Agency, $268,757.90. The government of St. Lucia, $679,225. And so again, Mr. Speaker, you're seeing it is our neighbors, when we stretch our arms, St. Lucia, Dominica, who are actually making the single largest donations. The General Secretariat of the Organization of the American States, $67,142.90. The Foreign Mission Board out of Philadelphia in the United States of America, $67,075.70. A coffee cab from Mexico, $268,731.02. Individuals, for example, Mr. Monze Akbik from the UAE in Abu Dhabi, $33,459.75. Mrs. Suvarana Jadhav, again from the United Arab Emirates in Dubai, $33,540.40. Mr. Alexander Sologop from Cyprus, $33,540.40. Mr. Hamza B. Al-Kholi from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, $53,701.90. Ms. Sevkep Ayaskif, $300,000. Apex Capital Partners, $80,530.14. Mr. D. Rap Kian, $53,400. Korea Software Solutions, $268,820. Antillian General Insurance Company Limited, a local donor, $25,000. Even Garfin made a contribution of $25,000. Mr. Michael Melchinek, $26,820.17. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank also made a contribution of $1 million as a grant transfer. I should also point out, and that was clear, that Mr. Adam DeCall handed over a check for $200,000 funds he raised through a GoFundMe. So I've singled this out, Mr. Speaker, because there is no big bilateral or even multilateral check that has come our way in the form of donations or grants from anybody. These are all small contributions made by individuals or businesses, or in some cases, governments that have made bilateral contributions to us. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight, because much has been spoken about the Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, or CRIF. But Mr. Speaker, taken at its highest, if we round up the sum paid to the central government by CRIF, that's $119 million. What is the supplementary budget that we've come to this House with? It is $269 million. We still have to find $150 million to finance our budget. So the notion that somehow the island or the country is throwing money because we've gotten money, Mr. Speaker, is regrettable, and it's also dangerous. Because what we have not spoken about is the actual damage and the cost of the damage and the cost of actually rebuilding our country. So, Mr. Speaker, some of the rapid assessments indicate that's just actual damage that this country has suffered, loss and damage, in excess of $600 million. And we're not really counting actual economic loss. We are just talking about actual physical destruction. Some of which is probably not even quantifiable. Because how are you going to quantify the loss and destruction of the mangrove in Carriacou and Petit Martinique? How are you going to quantify the loss and destruction of the forests in Carriacou and Petit Martinique? And I know perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we've forgotten. I don't think people appreciate that there is absolutely no vegetation. After Hurricane Beryl, there was no vegetation in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. How are you quantifying that? How are you planting back the mangrove? What is the medium to long-term impact on the fish stock, on our ecosystem? So this is not just about physical infrastructure, build physical infrastructure that human beings build. It is actually about the place we live, the ecosystem, the environment. So when the Minister of Finance says this is a drop in the ocean, it is a drop in the ocean. And we have to appreciate that. And when you start disaggregating the sums, Mr. Speaker, you will quickly appreciate that it's a drop in the ocean. So of the $118 million that we've gotten under the CRIF payout, it's divided into 4 categories. Category 1, excess rainfall, $1.4 million. Category 2, coastal damage, $2.8 million. You think $2.8 million could restore the coastline in Carriacou and Petit Martinique? At 2.8, you might be able to build a jetty or a raft that disappeared in Petit Martinique. The tropical cyclone, $53 million. 2 tropical cyclones, $53 million and $60 million each, and you get $118 million. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not one to try and ever steal anybody's thunder. When the CRIF was initiated, we obviously was not in office. And so I will go on record, I will differ a little with my friend from St. John. Notwithstanding that it took a little while to become part of the facility, I will go on record and thank the former administration that was in office at the time for ensuring that Grenada became part of the CRIF facility. And for that, they absolutely should be commended, and I'm going on record for doing so. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, and I hope the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, and let me use the opportunity now so I don't forget, because I wanted to start my presentation by thanking the Minister of Finance, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, all of the budget officers, the team at Customs and Inland Revenue, because ultimately, they are the ones, Mr. Speaker, who have to carry the bulk of the workload in getting us to this point, in ensuring that the appropriations are before this House for debate. And sometimes I think the population does not appreciate public servants get criticized a lot, sometimes deservedly so. But I have to say that the minister and his team at the Ministry of Finance are some of the most professional and hardest working public servants that we have. And so I want to go on record of thanking them for this. But I want to make the point, I was Minister of Finance for a brief period, Mr. Speaker. And the Permanent Secretary in one of our discussions raised the fact that I think Grenada had been paying these premiums for perhaps over a decade. And we had not received a single cent from CRIF. Premiums by the millions. And we had not received a single cent. And in fact, I think we were having these discussions after there was extensive flooding and loss and destruction, and we could not benefit. And he asked Prime Minister, are you sure this is something you want to continue? And that was compounded by the fact that I think we had increased the premium by about $200,000. So you're facing increased premium and no payouts for a number of years, and you're asking yourself, why am I paying this? And I said to the PS, we are paying it, sit down with the team and work through to ensure that we understand what it is we are buying and why we are buying it. And I think the Permanent Secretary was on record thanking the CRIF team after the payout for ensuring that the work that had to be done was done with his team at the Ministry of Finance so that they understood why we were buying the CRIF, what is the parametric nature of the insurance that we need to have to ensure that finally, when the Category 4 hurricane barreled on us in Greater Carriacou and Petite Martinique, that we are able to benefit with this payout. So let us be clear. This is not donor money. This is parametric insurance that the state of Grenada has paid for. And we are finally benefiting from a payout. We obviously wish we didn't have a hurricane. But this is called financial resilience. And this is one of the lessons that we've learned from Hurricane Ivan. You have to build fiscal and financial resilience into everything you do because you face these existential threats every year. And so I also want to go on record, Mr. Speaker, and point out, and this time I'm taking credit, we are taking credit. Grenlec did not have any CRIF insurance prior to us coming into office. And it was through my discussions with the board at Grenlec that the financial officer and the board sanctioned Grenlec buying catastrophic risk insurance. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, Grenlec obtained the payout of $9,313,275 US, an equivalent of 25.1 million. Now, prior to that, Mr. Speaker, Grenlec was self-insured because no insurance company would insure a transmission and distribution grid. They would have to put money aside themselves and meet this out of cash. And we are talking here the entire transmission and distribution grid in Carriacou and Petite Martinique destroyed. And significant destruction of the transmission and distribution grid in St. Patrick. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that in Grenada, all customers, barring those whose homes obviously were completely destroyed, have had electricity restored to them as we speak today. In the case of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, obviously because of the level of destruction, we are looking at only about 13% of the demand being restored. Now, Wassa, Mr. Speaker, had no catastrophic parametric insurance. This was only bought. In fact, the premiums were only paid after Hurricane Beryl hit Grenada. And they got a payout of $2.2 million US, or $5.9 million. So, Mr. Speaker, we recognize we are dealing with the state, we are dealing with the major utilities, but we are also going to look at how we can get the necessary catastrophic risk insurance for other sectors that are vital to the economy. And recall the Minister for Economic Development, Agriculture pointed out that he came to me earlier this year and said, Prime Minister, we need to get some insurance for the cocoa and nutmeg farmers. It was after 5 or 6 in the evening, and he said the deadline was tomorrow. And I said to him, without even consulting with the colleagues, because I knew they would support it, get the insurance. And it is because of this, Mr. Speaker, again, the GCNA and the GCA have some funds available to assist with the challenges that our farmers in that sector face. So, Mr. Speaker, the fishing industry, the agriculture industry, the tourism industry, we have to strengthen those areas by ensuring that we can assist them with getting the kind of insurance coverage they need so we can build financial resilience. Because if not, Mr. Speaker, they will be coming back to the taxpayers for assistance when we face these catastrophic types of incidents. Mr. Speaker, if I may be permitted now to turn a little to the Ministry of Infrastructure, because it has the largest sector of the capital budget. And Mr. Speaker, we can talk about, for example, asphalt works. What was allocated, Mr. Speaker, in the budget was $14 million. That's what was allocated. Last year, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure spent a little under $22 million for asphalt and asphalt-related works. So we knew, Mr. Speaker, that unless there was a dramatic reduction or a significant decrease in prices, and we know that will not happen with the existing geopolitical tensions and the wars and the challenges with freight and so on, that we will have to come back to this House for approval for an additional sum, given that only $14 million was allocated. But, Mr. Speaker, we have undertaken a significant works that was not budgeted for. And when I stood in this Parliament and said that we are going to resurface the True Blue Road, which had not been resurfaced, or at least no major works have been done on it since, I'm told, since Sir Eric Matthew Gehrig had built the roads. We knew, Mr. Speaker, that the time had come for us to take decisive action. And, Mr. Speaker, as is clear, the work has commenced, the work is ongoing, and we intend to resurface the entire True Blue Road. And in areas where there are no sidewalks, we will build the sidewalks. And it's not just for the people of True Blue. St. George's University is the single biggest employer in Grenada and contributes, as a private entity, is the single largest contributor to our GDP. It is shameful, Mr. Speaker, that the students and the Grenadian workers who work at that institution have had to travel on this kind of pothole roads for the last 20 or 30 years in the state it has been in. So sometimes we have to lift our standards a little bit, Mr. Speaker. The people of Grenada deserve better. And so we are unreservedly unapologetic for taking on things that have not been done in 30 and 40 years. The same way we took on the pensions is the same way we will take on the difficult challenge of dealing with infrastructure. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure those who ply the St. Andrews to St. George's route are beginning to see that if it has taken 100 years to start the widening of the route over Granatang, I'm sure they are beginning to see that we are taking on that difficult task. It is just a start, Mr. Speaker. We have to address all of the bridges. We have a lot of blind corners. The roads were obviously built along the horse and donkey times, and we've continued like that. But we have to aim to improve the line of sight, to widen the roads, and to make it better for and safer for our pedestrians. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, those areas we need funding to be able to do it. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on the Cliff to Woburn Road. As I've said before in this House, when we got into office, the design for the Cliff to Woburn Road did not include sidewalks, and it did not include widening the road. I don't know how, with the kind of development taking place up the eastern coast, we would want to build a road that takes larger arteries, the Calavini Main Road, the Woburn Main Road, the Munjeli Main Road, the Springs Main Road, the Woodlands Main Road, and then squeeze it into a narrow 3/4 mile of a road where two vehicles can pass next to each other without almost coming to a complete stop.
No vision.
So, Mr. Speaker, we had to go back to the consultant and say to them, this is not acceptable. Their response is that their brief was just to resurface the road So that's not acceptable. We cannot be spending millions of dollars just to resurface the road in residential areas on the main road. So it is difficult, Mr. Speaker, because the homes are built right up to the road, both on the bottom side and on the top side. So there's some land acquisition that is required in order for us to be able to widen the road to make it possible for 2 vehicles to pass comfortably. And so it is a challenging site, but the construction work has commenced, and hence the reason, Mr. Speaker, why an additional allocation is required for the Cliff to Woburn Road. Mr. Speaker, the Molineux Road. As I indicated before, Mr. Speaker, when the road failed, it was the bottom part of the road that failed. A design was initially done by the consultant Beston, which sought not to interfere with the top side of the road. However, after construction commenced, a number of things happened. There was a burst Nawasa main that led to significant water entering the site. And a decision was taken to interfere with the top side of the site. And that's the hill above the road. That decision, wisely or not, did occur, and as became self-evident, it created major instability on the top side of the road. The site essentially is a gravel site. And if you know gravel, once the gravel starts to form, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop. And so a lot of money was spent excavating and attempting to bench and stabilize that site. And it still poses some challenges because there's a water course there, and there are houses right at the top of the hill. So, Mr. Speaker, the entire site had to be redesigned. And the design now had to take into account the bottom slope, where the road originally failed, and where, unfortunately, a lot of the material from the top was dumped, the road itself, which now required a bridge, and stabilizing and protecting the road from any further slippages at the top side. So it required a completely new design. That in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, would have meant a lot more money just on the design phase. And the construction costs, obviously, Mr. Speaker, essentially doubled. So what was originally a $9 million project has now become a $21 million project. I'm happy to report, however, Mr. Speaker, that significant progress has been made. The concrete slab for the bridge itself is now completely built, and if we needed to, emergency vehicles can, in fact, drive over the bridge. There are some, obviously, ongoing works. Walls, retaining walls are still being built. A sidewalk is being built because because it is a bridge, you have the road, and there's a sidewalk that could give pedestrians the opportunity to have a fantastic view of the southern coast of Grenada. And there's also a retaining wall that is going to be built so that if you have any further slippage of the gravel, the retaining wall will protect the road and the gravel will slip beneath the bridge. The bridge is built using arches, so there's space for debris to slip underneath, and there's also the opportunity for utilities, water, electricity, etc., to pass underneath the bridge, and for any service vehicles such as a tractor, so if necessary, to go beneath it. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have to do, I'm not an engineer, but I believe the word is geotech type solutions to stabilize both the upslope and the bottom slope. All things being equal, Mr. Speaker, we expect this road to be completed no later than by the end of November. So I want to thank the team at the Ministry of Infrastructure. It has not been easy. I want to thank the contractors and the consultants for taking on this major road. I will stay on the West Coast a little, Mr. Speaker, because we have a lot of 30 and 40-year issues that have just sat there. There's an area known as Mabuya on the way to Gulf. We cannot continue having the people on the west coast of Grenada always having to take some long, dangerous, narrow, winding road to get to and from their homes or to and from their places of work. So as it stands now, you either have to detour through Monkua, or when you get closer to Gulf, you have to go back up through Douglaston, etc. So every time you think you're making a little progress, we have another detour. So we are committed to taking on the next difficult spot, which is the Mabuya area, which, if my memory serves me well, I almost feel since I was a little boy, this road is like that, and they have not fixed it. So we need to fix it, Mr. Speaker. We need to be able to have a main artery of the West Coast that takes us at least up to Guelph, without having to constantly go through some narrow roads that were not meant for major traffic. So that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we have some designs for. We are looking to get the bills of quantities done for the costing, and then we will be inviting tenders so that we can get to work as quickly as possible. And we hope that, obviously, by then, the monument landslip will be completely fixed, and we'll be in a position to have a person traverse up to that site without having to go through the detour. And let's think about this for our drivers or everyone, from people who are going to work, from the people who are driving. All of these detours are longer. The roads are more dangerous. They're very narrow. So the cost, the wear and tear, people who are building homes and so on up that side, you have to get trucks that either come from Grenville and come all the way around. So it's been a very expensive and inconvenient time for them. So this is another area that we intend to tackle, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pedestrians, particularly in the south of the island, are facing enhanced risk as a result of the dramatic increase in motor vehicles on our roads. And it is also creating significant traffic. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to erect pedestrian bridges that can allow pedestrians to cross over the traffic, partly to deal with the traffic itself, and to also make crossing the roads safer. So, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at 3 pedestrian bridges, one to be erected in the area known as Best for Less, along that area where the main bus stop is there, in Grandlands. We are going to have to look at putting one closer in the Calise area, where the road tends to divert in either directions, and you have school children and so on who need to cross. It's a busy area, and it's a wide area. And then we're going to have to erect one along the Morris Bishop Highway, because again, we've got a school, the Grandlands School in that area as well. And I know the folks at L. Ramdani and Company oftentimes do Samaritan's work by crossing the kids in the morning, which is a dangerous stretch of road with traffic going. So we also need funding to do this. If the member of the town of St. George was interested in what is going on in his constituency, he would have remained. But we also need to address the issue of the bridges in River Road. And, Mr. Speaker, we have delayed this because, as I've said previously, when we got into office, the quotations we got for building these 2 bridges were $38 million. We found that difficult to digest, that to build 2 bridges over the St. Johns River, that we need to spend that amount of money. So we've gone back to the drawing board. We've gotten designs for steel bridges. We have gotten the costings for the steel bridges, which are significantly cheaper. The key thing now would be to design the abutments, because these bridges will be manufactured to direct and exact specifications so that they can fit into the abutments. So we are having the abutments designed in-house using the Cuban engineers who are the Ministry of Infrastructure. Once those designs are completed and the design review process is completed and approved, we will then obviously again get bills of quantities, go to market for tendering, select a contractor to work with the engineers who will design and manufacture the bridges and have them shipped to Grenada, so that we can complete this process and proceed with repaving the entire River Road area and the St. Johns River. So I've just highlighted these road-related projects. There is a bridge known as the Marquis Bridge in St. Andrew. And if you drive by, Mr. Speaker, you can see it's just a matter of time. So we have, it's the bridge before what is called Bumpy Corner, right? So we are designing a new bridge, again, because we do not want to wait, Mr. Speaker, until the bridge collapses and you can't pass to then say we have a problem. And so the Ministry of Infrastructure is actively embarking upon being a lot more proactive in terms of identifying the areas that are vulnerable, identifying the failing infrastructure, and then responding to it. So I just want to give this example, and there are other examples. The GRIP project intends to also deal with some of the other bridges in St. Andrew that also needs to be addressed in general. The Paradise Bridge, Mr. Speaker. We can't continue with the Paradise Bridge. up to Saturday night. Some people were tracking my movements. We're driving to the Paradise Bridge, and light is on green and the traffic is backed up. And two people, apparently both of them seeing green, drove into each other on the bridge. So we can't have a one-way carriage, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there's some heavy construction equipment that came into Grenada with the view to, it's an asphalt plant, because that's one of the challenges we have with our road maintenance, Mr. Speaker, the absence of adequate asphalt plants on island to deal with the quantities that we need. And the equipment is too large for the bridge. So the equipment has been sitting in St. George's for a month now, and we need to be able to barge the equipment up to Telescope in order for us to operate. And that is what we mean, Mr. Speaker, when we say our infrastructure in Grenada needs a major overhaul. Because you're actually at a point where construction equipment can't pass on some of our bridges. And the same will apply for a lot of the bridges on the West Coast. In fact, in order for the Honorable Minister James to be able to do the drilling for a geothermal project, the roads to the sites also need to be addressed, because again, the drilling equipment will not be able to get up to the sites. So Mr. Speaker, we are some distance back when it comes to the type of infrastructure that we need in order to support a modern society. So again, this is something we would need to address. In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak briefly about the impact of Hurricane Beryl on the education infrastructure in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education is obviously not in this House, so I expect he will deal with it more thoroughly when the Senate meets to consider the supplementary appropriation. But I want to point out Leicester, Harveyville, Hillsborough Primary, St. Thomas Aquinas, Mount Pleasant Primary School, all impacted. And we are all in the process of getting them repaired so that school can commence in those facilities in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So this, let's be clear, September 1 will make it 2 months since the passage of Hurricane Beryl. So this idea that somehow miraculously we will go back to the 30th of June is a fallacy. The schools are the shelters. So it will be a significant challenge to in fact start the schools, even when you repair them, because you have a major housing challenge on our hands. And even if you wanted to bring up contractors to Carriacou to help, there are no place for them to stay. Right? So that is the degree of difficulty that the Honourable MP and the leader of government business is talking about, the logistical challenges that we face. MacDonald College in St. Patrick, a contractor should be on site working to repair some of the damages so that school can recommence there as well. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this is why we need to supplement, because none of this would have been budgeted for because there was no Hurricane Beryl. And so you would find there would be extensive capital costs associated with this. Mr. Speaker, the police stations. We are well on our way to completing work on what was the floor building on the Carnage to house the police headquarters. I know the Minister at the MIT have been pushing and pushing to get us to complete, but you'd appreciate the police headquarters is a specialized building, and so we have to work to try and make sure that we get it right. Again, Mr. Speaker, since I've known myself, the police headquarters has been up on the fort. Highly inaccessible. Frankly, if you wanted to deal with the police high command, you just had to block the road. The road is so narrow, one vehicle across it will do the trick. Highly inaccessible, highly inappropriate, frankly, for police headquarters. But it's been there all my life, I think, and probably all the life of most Grenadians. Who's been brave enough to say we will stop patching and we will get a brand new facility and renovate it and buy it, so we're not renting, for the police high command? This administration, how long have I served as Minister for National Security? How long has the father of the House served uninterrupted as Minister of National Security? You'd like to have the police running around him. Before you see him, you see the police. But ask him to service the infrastructure that the police need to use. He spoke at the Finance Committee about the Grenville Police Station. You think that the state of the Grenville Police Station happened miraculously over the last 2 years? Mr. Speaker, we are the ones who are going to rent. The Attorney General's office is finalizing the lease. Premises in Grenville to move the police station so that the police officers can work in a more comfortable environment. Again, these are issues that we need a supplementary budget to deal with. I will take his advice. It has taken a long time for him to get there, that the site of the Grenville police station is perhaps not appropriate, and that we should not waste more money in attempting to refurbish this building, and that what we should be looking at is a brand new facility for the men and women of the IGPF in St. Andrew. And if we have to do so, Mr. Speaker, we will willingly do so because we appreciate the sacrifices being made by the men and women. The St. David's police station. Mr. Speaker, you know, the former administration renovated a building in St. David's in the very compound that the IGPF is in. It took me to walk in there and realize that the building is absolutely empty. Brand new building, empty, and the men and women are in a dilapidated police station in St. David's. You could break into the police station. There are no windows. The female members of the IGPF have to climb up an attic that you literally have to crawl to get in and out of. Some of them have fallen down the steps and were hospitalized. I'm not making this stuff up. If you go and you see the facilities that passes for a kitchen or for a common area, it's disgusting. And you have a brand new building sitting right there in the compound, renovated and closed up. I've instructed the police to move into the building so that we can renovate the St. David's police station. And again, we have to make the decision as to whether or not this is an appropriate place. Very limited parking, very little space. It's an old plantation house, right? And we perhaps need to understand the history of plantation estates and police, because most of the police stations are old plantation houses because they come from the overseers from the days of the estates. So I'm saying all of this, Mr. Speaker, to say that all of these things, the Victoria Police Station needs to be addressed. I can go on and on and on. Right. Most of the facilities are not appropriate and they need modernizing. I will briefly turn to the prisons as well. The prisons infrastructure, hundreds of years old, completely no longer appropriate, and a significant potential security risk for this nation. Because if the infrastructure collapses or fails, we know what will happen. So again, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at a new prison, and at a different location. I think we all jokingly say that the prisoners have the best view in Grenada. So all these things, Mr. Speaker, the necessary design work, the necessary consultancy that is required to address those issues are required. So again, Mr. Speaker, that is part and parcel of why we need to ensure that we have the appropriate supplementary budget to address these issues. And I'm speaking specifically about law enforcement and security, Mr. Speaker, because people talk. But I want the public to appreciate the institution, the IGPF, that we inherited. Crumbling, broken, and in many instances, no infrastructure. So you see, Mr. Speaker, there is an allocation here for an automated fingerprinting system. If you don't have that, and people break into people's homes, and you can't do fingerprinting, then you have, your hands are tied, literally, in terms of your ability to conduct the criminal investigations that are required. This, Mr. Speaker, the computing power on this, I think, exceeds the computing power on the first rocket that went to space. And the same way good things happen on this is the same way bad things are happening on this. And the evidence is stored on it. So if the police doesn't have the ability, when conducting criminal investigations, where they recover cell phones that are being used part and parcel of crime, and the phones are locked, and they cannot open or intercept the phones, Mr. Speaker, again, their hands are tied. We are buying the necessary equipment to allow them to do this, because currently, Mr. Speaker, they have to go to Barbados to get help for this. Mr. Speaker, drones. I don't think we appreciate how technology, and particularly drone technology, is revolutionizing the world. And if we don't quite appreciate it, it was on full display at our 50th anniversary of independence. What wooed people and what amazed people was a drone show. But drones also have other applications, Mr. Speaker. As you can see in the Russian-Ukraine war, it is the use of drones to deliver death and destruction. Or some people may say to deliver defense, peace and security. And so, Mr. Speaker, we too, within the national security apparatus, have to create the policies, the rules and regulations to regulate the use of drones. And the police itself needs to be equipped with drones that can allow them to fight, detect, and prevent crime. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we need to ensure that we can buy the necessary drones to strengthen law enforcement's ability to treat with this issue, and so that we get the picture and don't think this is a joke, Mr. Speaker. With drones, you can drop drugs, you can drop guns over the prisons. You can intercept a flight, you can drop a bomb over the residence of the Governor General or the Prime Minister or the ministerial complex, etc. So we have to create the no-fly zones, we have to create the areas that are safe, but drones also have significant positive applications. In agriculture, for example. In healthcare, the ability to drop medicines and so on to people in remote areas. If we had significant drones on the island, Mr. Speaker, we would have been able to deliver medicine, healthcare, etc. to people in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, notwithstanding the challenges to the physical infrastructure. So again, we are going to be developing a drone policy. We are working with all the stakeholders on this, but we need to be able to equip members of the RGPF in ensuring that they can do so. I've chosen to speak, Mr. Speaker, on those areas of my portfolio because they link back directly to the supplementary budget. You would see, Mr. Speaker, that we had to buy as many as 16 vehicles to support the relief effort in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We are going to have to spend money to rent barges and so on to take material up to Carriacou to facilitate the reconstruction and rebuilding efforts. So all of those things, Mr. Speaker, are happening as part and parcel of what we need to do to ensure that we can support the recovery and the relief effort. I will conclude on the housing issue, Mr. Speaker. We have to operate less in silos and bring all of the players together. And I know the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs, the Planning and Development Authority, we all have to work together to ensure that the incentives, the tax incentives, the business reactivation, all the assistance that the government is giving will be linked to ensuring that we build back better and that we build resilience back into the physical infrastructure in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. If we don't do that, then we'll be wasting taxpayers' resources. So the building codes must and have to be enforced. There's no question about that. We are working with our partner, SIDEMA. A consultant has been offered to us to assist us in helping to straighten that process, Mr. Speaker, and we would gladly accept the help that we've received. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, since I think we said it's going to be 1 hour, by thanking all of our partners who've come to the assistance of Greater Carriacou and Petit Martinique during this difficult time. I gave a list of persons who made financial contributions, but I think, Mr. Speaker, the international donor community, from the Samaritan's Purse, SIDEMA, to the World Food Kitchen, we can go on and on, the Red Cross, YAC, you know, other colleagues have already spoken about the individual Grenadians who rose to the occasion and came out to defend Grenada, support our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And so it is with a profound sense of humility, a profound sense of appreciation that we recognize that we are not alone and that we have brothers and sisters, friends, partners who are in solidarity with us and who have come to our aid from time to time. And permit me, therefore, to single out some of the regional institutions like CAFA, SIDEMA, CARICOM, the RSS, and in particular, President Irfan Ali of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and the government and people of Guyana, the Guyana Defense Force, for the tremendous solidarity and support that they've particularly shown to the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique because they're still here. In fact, the Guyana Defense Force has agreed to extend their stay by an additional 2 weeks to support that initiative. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I have not left Grenada since Hurricane Beryl. I know they say I run the cabinet from a plane. I have not left Grenada save to visit Carriacou, Piti Martinique, and our brothers and sisters in Union and Canouan and Mairo, and to show solidarity with Comrade Ralph Gonzalez and the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I will be traveling tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, to Guyana for 1 day, partly to express personal appreciation and gratitude to the President, the government, and the people of Guyana for the tremendous support that they've given to us. And also, Mr. Speaker, we are leading a trade and investment mission, and we are hoping to establish direct flights between Guyana and Grenada so that we can help boost both the manufacturing and our tourism industry here. And I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is the fastest growing economy in the hemisphere, perhaps in the world, and there are significant opportunities there, and we need to be forward-thinking, we need to be aggressive in terms of pursuing some of those opportunities. But you can't do that if you can't travel, or if the period of travel is long and lengthy. So we are optimistic that the air bridge will happen, and that the Guyanese who live in Grenada could get the opportunity to travel back and forth, and the Guyanese who want to come and visit paradise get the opportunity to come and do so. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank again the Minister of Finance. I want to thank you and the team at the Ministry of Finance for the significant work done in getting us to this stage. I want to thank my colleagues for the contributions to the debate and for supporting the Minister of Finance in his presentation of the appropriation bill. And again, only hope that my learned colleagues on the other side would pay the office of the Speaker of the House, the office of Parliament, and most importantly, their constituents, the basic respect they deserve by staying and taking part in matters of national importance that resonate at a local level. Because ultimately, this appropriation is about how we allocate the resources of the taxpayers to better improve the lives of our citizens, including our citizens in the constituency served by members of the opposition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. And I now give the floor to Honorable Minister of Finance and MP for St. Patrick East.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin my closing remarks on this debate of the motion that was actually introduced by myself earlier on. Let me take the opportunity to thank each and every member of the government side for the insightful presentation in support of the supplemental appropriation bill for 2024, that's the first of 2024. And I think without having to rehash any of those points made by them, I think they would have made valuable points in ensuring that we are able to educate our population out there and to give them the information as is and not muddle it with all kind of political stories that the other side is trying to do. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the staff of the Ministry of Finance who have been working round the clock with me to make sure that we can deliver what we have promised the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Piti Martinique. And I want to basically go back to the fact that so far we have introduced 2 incentive packages to at least assist the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Piti Martinique following the passing of Hurricane Beryl. We had the first phase of the incentives, which include waivers of tax on food, clothing, and other small household items. We also went through a second phase where we basically removed the taxes, VAT, CET, CSC, and other taxes on all building materials, equipment, furnishing for homes, and so on. And we do hope that the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Piti Martinique can take advantage of those incentives and start rebuilding their homes. Now, I also wanted to talk about the fact that the Prime Minister would have alluded to it, that we would have had some grants received from our donor agencies and from friendly persons to at least assist with the building. And again, we mentioned about the CRIF fund that we have received as a pure from the insurance that we had with CRIF. I want to reiterate that that funds plus the grants that we have received have not been have not been sufficient and will never be sufficient to basically do everything that is expected on Greater Carrick-Company Martinique. I also want to thank the persons of St. Patrick, St. Mark's, and St. Andrew to some extent, who have also received substantial damage, especially in agriculture, housing, and other areas, that we are not forgetting them because we have talked a lot about Carrick-Company Martinique here in the House. But I want to make sure that we also keep them on board to make sure that we can work with everyone to make sure that we can build back Grenada, Carrick-Company Martinique in a better and more sustainable manner. I just wanted to address two matters under my ministry as Ministry of Finance. We have two allocations there. I would have talked about it initially, but we talked about the $25 million that we'll be putting at the Grenada Development Bank so that the small, medium enterprises can benefit from concessional loans to help build their businesses back. I know that out there you would hear stories that, okay, we take CRIF funds and put in the bank and so on. We take insurance money and put in the bank. I would want to clarify that all the receipts that we have received thus far are in the consolidated fund. They belong to the consolidated fund. And whether government decides to take a $25 million from that and put with the GDP to on lend to the general public to rebuild the businesses is quite in order and should not be used as a political tool outside it to say that we put monies in there so that the politicians will take more loans that they should not be taken. I want to make it abundantly clear that we have no intention of modeling this thing. We want to make sure that the persons in Grenada, Carrick-Company Martinique can have access to those funding at very concessional cost to help rebuild their cost and build themselves. The other part that I want to deal with is the contingency fund that we have actually spoke about earlier on, where we, with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, we used those funds, allocated them to various ministries and departments, and we were able to at least deal with some initial expenses that were required after the passing of Hurricane Beryl. Now, according to the Public Finance Management Act, we are obligated to replace those funding so that in the event of another hurricane or disaster or whatever problems that we have, we can really go back to those funds to be able to at least deal with the matters at hand. And therefore, that $18.6 million that we have placed in the supplemental budget as contingency fund is to help prepare for an event that may come up that we are not aware of at this point in time. I also want to basically raise, Mr. Speaker, a matter which I find is very irregular and unethical. We sat at the Finance Committee meeting on Friday, and we shared the information with the opposition. By Friday night, Saturday morning, Sunday, I heard podcasts, people on radio speaking to the supplemental budget and giving information that was either incorrect or those that they invented. And I'm asking, is it appropriate for persons in the public not waiting until the matter is raised in Parliament and become public to be given that information outside and so on? I want to know, because I don't think that is appropriate. I don't think it augurs well for a nation that's trying to build. So I believe we have to look into that matter very seriously, because at the end of the day, we either have a nation that is governed by laws and is governed by principles. If not, everything goes out the door. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be very long because I think we have been here for a very long time today. So I wish to commit the next item, that's a bill for debate and passage in this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP. But I think you miss one thing. So please take the floor again, Honorable MP for St. Patrick East and Minister of Finance.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring it back to the motion that was talked about earlier on. And in this regard, I rise to move the following motion standing in my name, and it reads, whereas it is necessary to provide for the service of the state of Grenada for the year 2024 an additional sum of $269,598.86 by way of a supplementary appropriation.
Let me say
Be it resolved that the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024 for the period January 1st to December 31st be approved. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention here that this is a money motion, and I have sought the approval of the Governor General to move forward with this particular motion. And therefore, I would like to proceed once you give the approval.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance and MP for St. Patrick East. Honorable members, the question is that whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the state of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of a Supplementary Appropriation Act, be it resolved that Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024 for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024 be approved. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce the bill for its first reading. I also beg to move that the standing orders of the House,
A bill which seeks to make provisions for the appropriation of an additional sum of $269,598,086 Eastern Caribbean currency to service the state of Grenada for the fiscal year 1st January to 31st December 2024, shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all stages at this sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honourable Member for St. Patrick's East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Honourable Member for St. Patrick's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill contains two clauses. Clause 1 introduces the short title of the bill, Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024. Clause 2, the second clause refers to the purpose of the bill and the sum which were appropriated by the ministries and departments where applicable. Regarding the purpose of the bill, Section 23(1), the Public Finance Management Act, PFMA, states, subject to subsection 2, if in a financial year it is found that the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act for any purpose is insufficient, or that exceptional circumstances as determined by the Minister and approved by Cabinet have a reason for expenditure for a purpose to which none or insufficient amount has been appropriated by the law, a supplemental estimate showing the sums required shall be laid before the Houses of Representatives, and when the supplemental estimate has been approved by the House of Representatives, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced in the House of Representatives, providing for the issue of such sums from the consolidated fund and appropriating them for the purpose specified therein. Section 2 of the PFMA states, notwithstanding subsection 1, no more than 2 supplementary appropriation bills may be submitted to the House of Representatives within a fiscal year. And 2, where the Minister makes a determination which the approval of Cabinet that exceptional circumstances exist and that the envisaged increase in expenditure cannot be met through a transfer of appropriation. Otherwise, the House of Representatives may, on consideration of the exceptional circumstances, approve supplemental appropriations that exceed the aggregate expenditure ceiling. Section 3 of the PFMA states that the supplementary or amended appropriation bill shall be laid in the House of Representatives together with explanatory notes and documents which will speak to the explanatory documents later, as we have done earlier on, Section 4 of the PFMA states that the preparation, approval, and execution of the supplementary budget are governed by the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act, Section 19 through 20, applicable to the approval of Section 27 through 31, applicable to the execution of the annual budget.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Finance and MP for St. Patrick's East. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Bill for inaction entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024.
Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause or part by part.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause or part by part. All those with that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honorable House is now in committee.
Clause 2, appropriation.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 2 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Honorable members, the question is that schedule forms part of the bill. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honorable member for St. Patrick's East.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the House resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the House resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honorable House now resumes.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold. Just hold. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Thank you, Honorable MP. Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honorable MP for St. Patrick's East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this point in time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024.
Item 16, request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, beg to move that the House be adjourned, sign and die. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House be adjourned, sign and die. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honorable members, this Honorable House now stands adjourned, sign and die.